nosotros estar aquí presentando sobre el Pilar. Realmente es una primera oportunidad para nosotros presentar todas las ramas que tenemos juntos y lo que queremos. ¿Dónde está Cintia? Queremos presentarlo en una manera que se puede entender el paraguas y las cosas que estamos haciendo ahora mismo. Tenemos un cambio. La persona que va a hacerlo, información geográfica y creación de base de datos, va a venir un poco más tarde y espero que todo cabe. Es muy importante la manera de manejar los datos y es una cosa que queremos presentar en serio. Bueno, va a ser siempre un problema. Bueno, está bien. El Pilar es en una posición muy interesante regional, es las zonas bajas maya. Local es en el Alta Río Belice y el contexto de sitio es en un ecotono que realmente ocupa lado como Tikal y Calakmul, está muy alta, puede ser elevated interior zone, algo así, pero está en un momento que tal vez la próxima, una posición que es realmente a un lado de que se puede ver hasta la costa, sí, que sí estaba clara. Este es un trabajo de 40 años. Empezó que descubrimos el sitio como arqueología en 1983. Hicimos los reconocimientos y excavaciones de pruebas en sitios que encontramos. Había como 400 en estos transectos y 50 donde estábamos escogiendo. En 86, investigaciones de los trincheras de huecheros, o como decimos, trincheros ilícitos, para entender la cronología en un desglose. Con todos los sitios habitacionales del primer encuentro, hicimos excavaciones más amplias. Eran como 11. Y finalmente enfocamos en las excavaciones al Pilar. Después de y durante todo el tiempo, teníamos unas encuestas, siempre incluimos a la comunidad, pero el periodo entre 95 hasta 2004 empezamos a realizar esta idea de un sitio binacional en dos países, Guatemala y Belice. Y hasta la fecha estamos desde 2013 presentando sobre el LiDAR y los reconocimientos. En los últimos 10 años cumplimos en el total de los 20 kilómetros cuadrados. Aquí se puede ver la ubicación del Pilar relacionada a Tikal, los sitios del Alta Río Belice y olvidamos cómo se puede hacer de la pointer. Señalar. Sí, ¿cómo se hace? Bueno, se puede ver aquí, se puede ver la posición que es muy alta donde está ubicado el Pilar, pero para el bajo le baja al Alta Río Belice, este valle. Se puede ver este ecotono, es un poco parecido como tienen en Palenque, creo yo. Bueno, ustedes saben cómo es el desarrollo sobre tiempo, pero la mayoría de la ocupación es el clásico tardío. Y es cuando estamos hablando de asentamiento, cuando estamos hablando de también las excavaciones, yo voy a decir más de 40-50% de los restos cerámicos perteneces son del clásico tardío. Esa es una imagen del mapa de los transectos. Los puntos son donde hicimos las excavaciones preliminares. Vaya. Ok, gracias. Los números que se ve, 25, 32, estos son los lugares donde hicimos las excavaciones más amplias para tener una idea de los patrones en general. Esa es una imagen que se puede ver el transecto y el pilar y uno de los primeros mapas y una idea de lo que encontramos cuando hicimos las excavaciones. Con los asentamientos hicimos con el SIG los datos, usamos fertilidad en general de la capacidad de fertilidad, drenaje y pendiente. Gracias. Pendiente de geografía y comparamos en este sistema se llama Weights of Evidence, que se puede ubicar los diferentes cosas geográficas con los asentamientos, a ver qué son las influencias. Y se puede ver aquí, todo lo rojo es lo más probable que se va a encontrar a sitios. Y una imagen de distribución de asentamiento en que está a la izquierda. Estimación, tenemos varios tipos de asentamientos, como todos tenemos estructuras aisladas, tenemos estructuras como grupos, como la que presento el otro diapositiva. Y de tenemos una idea que tenemos unidades primarias y unidades secundarias, y no programamos o usamos los secundarias para estimar población, solo los grupos o cosas que tienen. Vamos a explicar un poco más en los que vienen, pero por eso tenemos una población de unidades residenciales de 32,600, que promueve una población de 182,000 personas. Es amplia. El promedio es 142 por kilómetro cuadrado. Y cuando se ve a todos los sistemas agrícolas que son preindustrial, ese es un número muy alto. Y estas estimaciones que sube a 1,500 o 500 necesita hacer un acuerdo, un balanza con la tierra, que se puede dar los rendimientos. Y esta es una manera de verlo. Yo hablo del ciclo de milpa jardín forestal. Y es muy importante pensar, ese es un ciclo asincrónico que usaba la gente, abierta un 20% para alcanzar sus necesidades de comer, pero los otros 80% es para los otros usos secundarios, el crecimiento y maduro, y lugares donde no se están trabajando, como que son el bosque que se llama aquí lowland forest. No son aparte del ciclo de milpa. Entonces son para usos múltiples, como estamos aquí en este cuarto. Y con rendimientos de 800 se puede ver de 50% de la zona de 1,300 kilómetros cuadrados es en bosque. Y se puede ver que sí son estimaciones así, más o menos a promedio que ustedes usan en Palenque. Se puede ver que son 60%. Si es el Lacandón, se puede ver que casi no se ve a la gente, es más de 80% de bosque. Entonces, se puede tener bosque y se puede tener amplia rendimiento para comer. Y es muy importante dónde van a construir casas, dónde van a conseguir animales, dónde son todas las cosas que se usan, perteneces de la casa. Viene de parte de este sistema de milpa jardín forestal. Bueno, el Pilar ahora es bajo el dosel y nuestro trabajo más o menos es bajo del dosel. No sé si se ve muy claro, pero a la izquierda es un croquis que hizo cuando la primera vez que entró a el Pilar. A la derecha, uno de los primeros mapas en 86 y ahora que estamos ajustando, ya he oído en varias ponentes de LiDAR. El LiDAR es actual y no se puede pensar que sus trabajos son la misma como la de del LiDAR. Yo estaba hablando cuando recibí la primera, que pienso que vamos a ver qué sí yo puedo hacer. Parte era en mi mapa un poco torcido y dice mi colega en geografía, por favor, cámbiala. Bueno, es el área central. Tenemos 3 juegos de pelota, pero ciudadela que es muy raro, es solo preclásico tardío. En las otras partes no tenemos una cosa ese es defensiva, pero no se mira así, con parapetas, pero solo los restos en las trincheras son del preclásico tardío. Esa es una imagen donde estábamos haciendo los trabajos. Empezamos buscando las entradas y esquinas y escalinatas para entender el movimiento en el sitio. Luego concentramos al Gran Plaza Copal y también empezamos en la casa en su jardín forestal Sunún. Seguimos en un momento pensando de consolidar varios lugares y también hicimos excavaciones a un sitio pequeño al sur y un taller de pedernal. Pasamos una gran porción de trabajo desarrollando un plan de manejo que están en paralelo balanza de Guatemala y Belice y aprobamos en 2006 y 2007 en ambos lados del sitio. Promovemos y siempre promueve. Tenemos una cosa con escolares que tenemos idea de, esta es una riqueza que debe invertir más en sus jardines forestales porque allí hay terreno. No necesitamos buscar ramen noodles de afuera, podemos comer allí nomás. Y como estaba hablando el LiDAR hoy al presente. Unas pequeñas vistas a nuestros trabajos que hicimos un túnel que se puede ver que hay muchas diferentes elementos y abajo aquí hay un preclásico mediano que está por una plaza que anda al este, mientras que la plaza de Copal fluye al norte. También hicimos unas excavaciones en el norte. Ese es el centro de poder. Hay muchos diferentes edificios muy privados allá, con bóvedas, que es muy importante. Y ahora estamos en la validación de los elementos de LiDAR en el campo. Y estas son ideas de promover arqueología bajo el dosel, que es una invitación a explorar el descubrimiento a cualquier persona que llegue a el Pilar y que se muestra los monumentos, no ruinas, monumentos en su contexto para conservar los monumentos, porque hay muchos datos que dicen que si son expuestas, se invita a todos los biopelículas que se van a nacer, todo que es bueno en los suelos, pero también se completamente destruye los restos monumentales que estaban allí por los 500 o más años. Entonces, este es un museo en vivo y es una cosa que estamos promoviendo para todos los nuevos sitios que están explorando. Y si hay un interés en hacer más destinos turísticos, yo espero que no son así expuestas con imaginación, pero se lleva y llama a la imaginación. Bueno, son los recursos naturales y culturales que tienen interés en sistemas internacionales. nacional, la responsabilidad, pero más importante para nosotros es la apreciación del liderazgo en la comunidad. Entonces, nada más a reforzar los diferentes momentos que usamos para nacer este programa binacional entre Belice y Guatemala y cómo está desarrollando con varios acuerdos con ambos gobernantes y como ahora estamos desarrollando una idea de una presentación del museo en Belice, espero que podamos hacer lo mismo. Otra cosa en México, el embajador de México habría interesada en nuestro trabajo y hicimos una presentación en la Casa de Cultura Belice, México, que se llama Chaya, Cena con los Maya, y era muy bonito. Bueno, es una manera que podemos construir contexto de arqueología en su entorno natural, conservar la naturaleza que es realmente parte de los restos de huellas de los mayas, porque ellos estaban ahí 8,000 años con corta y quema. Entonces, todo lo que vimos, que es una hotspot de conservación hoy, era parte del sistema de convivir cotidiana de los mayas. Y que deberíamos poner, shelter es diferente de techo, pero un abrigo, voy a decir, a los monumentos. Y siempre que se escoge un vínculo de la comunidad y la gente que siempre actualmente trabaja jardinería forestal. Este es una manera de promover la herencia y promover un museo en vivo. Y gracias a todos los colaboradores que son tantos y hasta que no podría hacer mis estudios ni la poco que puedo entender sobre la naturaleza de la selva maya sin mis colegas que son jardineros forestales. Y este es lo más interesante. Yo ahora estoy trabajando con colegas sobre cómo se construye en casa, qué son los costos de los recursos naturales, porque nosotros tenemos 2,500 montículos y seguro dice que son desperdicios que ya están superestructura. ¿De dónde vienen estas cosas? Del mismo. Y es muy interesante. Estamos desarrollando. La próxima vamos a presentar estos datos. Yo no sé si es lo que estamos empezando a pensar. Pues muchas gracias. Si hay interés en descargar mi libro sobre jardinería forestal con Ron Nye, esos son los vínculos, yo puedo mandarlo. Se puede buscar, se llama Jardinería Forestal 8 Milenios Conviviendo en la Selva Maya. Se puede descargar por Academia y ResearchGate y entender más de nuestra idea y hablar, voy a decir, con mi colega allí, Carlos, porque durante todo el tiempo de COVID, que cada mes o 2 veces por mes unimos hablando, porque él habla de cacería y dónde están los animales, los venados que están mucho en todas las partes de los basureros y también con Felipe, su colega, sobre las plantas. Estamos hablando de un sistema muy, muy compleja y la sabiduría es otra cosa. Muchas gracias. Bueno, si hay preguntas, ¿tenemos tiempo o no? Seguimos. Un rato. Entonces, ¿cómo podemos? How do you get rid of this? You're next. So, hay preguntas, son todo claro.
Pues, cosas
para arriba.
Que no son ruinas y son monumentos. ¿Qué es un respeto? Si yo tengo, mira, quiere ir a verlo. No, ¿quién quiere ver? Y respeto no me iba. ¿Cómo se va? Perfecto. Yo tengo, pues, estaba en un taller móvil con la comunidad que está cerca de Pilar y fuimos a Caracol, fuimos a entramos a picar y estábamos allí en la plaza de Jiménez y uno dice que ¿por qué se dice ruiz? Y entonces dice, yo voy a buscar en el diccionario, dice destruido. No, todo, entonces así estamos en el taller pensando, discutiendo, y ellos deciden qué monumentos es más respetable y qué honor a estas cosas que queremos ver.
Perfecto. Gracias.
¿Otro? Sí.
Yo solo quisiera hacer un comentario, felicitarte por tu trabajo. No pude llegar un poquito más temprano por problemas de tráfico, pero bueno, conozco muy bien tu trabajo y la verdad felicitarte. Y pues me da gusto que estés compartiendo estos trabajos en una mesa de expertos mayistas, porque tenemos que incorporar esta visión diferente del aprovechamiento de los recursos naturales que pues desafortunadamente no hemos involucrado durante y hemos estado más preocupados por nuestros propios problemas actuales que verlo en periodos de tiempo más largo, ¿no? Y que los mayas lo siguen haciendo en la actualidad y que es importante no solo para entender el pasado, sino para ver hacia dónde vamos a futuro, ¿no? Entonces,
sus crímenes pasados. Y esto es lo que estoy promoviendo. Y las cosas que Carlos está haciendo me llaman mucho la atención porque él conoce de cazadores y las maneras y qué son los árboles que pueden abrigar, qué son y las que son interesantes en este caso de cazar, de ubicar wild, no son libres, toda la selva es domesticada, pero en una manera que no es extraño a ojos oeste. Y si te pones en una manera diferente, te puede entender que sí, es una manera, porque como es un poste, una casa tiene 6 postes, y un poste es, ellos hablan en pies, y uno dice, bueno, 12 pies, 10 metros, y son pesados. ¿Cómo te piensas que van a ir lejos cargando de cosas? Ellos quieren, los siempre sí estamos hablando actualmente, pero ellos dicen difícil pensar que se ganan más de media hora más. Y un techo, 10,000 hojas. Pero ellos dicen que hay lugares donde se cuidan, como hay, se llama guano, hay uno cada 3 metros. Y yo calculo, está bien, yo calculo, había 1,400 arbolitos de guano en con su dosel. Y ellos dicen que 10 a 13 hojas se puede ver. Entonces, en 2 días se tienen los 10,000. Bueno, necesitamos pensar porque yo aquí uno dice, no puede ser. Primero ellos usan piedra y saben mucho del uso de fuego, pero ellos no están. Y ellos necesitan cuidado para el uso. ¿Cómo se van a construir sus casas? 6 postes, 6 postes de porque era 14 vigas y como los calzones y ese son de tamaño pequeña. Eso, bueno, no son grandes, piensan en el impacto de la tela, va a ser pequeña y es aquí está, es todo descriptivo. Si tú vas a Costco o Walmart o ferretería o lo que sea, era como te usa la selva que ellos domesticaban para sus 7 generaciones. Ahí está. Bueno, quiero presentar a la próxima que es a la
Y como nosotros desarrollaron nuestra validación de los elementos que son, no hacemos el primero no estaba grabado. Okay. Es parte de
¿Es esta? You can share. Oh. There you see. Oh. Understand. Here, then we can give this. Maybe close them. Yeah, it's probably this one. Horacio. Ok, buenos días y gracias por todos, a todos por su asistencia. Lo siento, tengo que hablarles a ustedes en inglés hoy, pero espero poder presentar en español en los congresos que vienen. Entonces, bueno, I will talk today about what the idea here is. I would like to give kind of a review of our LiDAR survey, which we've been doing now at LPR for about 10 years. And to kind of, we've presented on this before, we've talked about the methods, we've published on this. So what I don't want to get into details on that as much, and more kind of give an overview of what this is like, some of the lessons that we've learned, and then also give you an update on the survey as we have found things since the last time we've talked. Okay, so I've seen enough presentations at this very conference and elsewhere about LiDAR to know that I don't have to explain this to the audience anymore. If you have questions about LiDAR, we can talk later. So this graphic I don't really need. But what this is, maybe I can get rid of that. So you can see, but I've titled the slide LiDAR, the gift that keeps on giving to Maistas. And just as I was putting these slides together last week, there was a new article about a new LiDAR discovery in Campeche by Dr. Ivan Sprechts and his colleagues. And so that LiDAR is something that's really captured the imagination of the public. And that's been a great gift to archaeologists in the Maya area. So can I get rid of this? Oh. Okay. Oh. No. No. Okay. Oh. I know. Okay, here. So what this will show you, there that goes away, but now we have. Okay, listen. Okay, so is this one? Okay, so what our graphic here is showing you is the progression of the survey as we've moved from 2013 until 2023, where we're still working here to finish the survey. And as the map grows here, we learn more and more about one, what we were doing, two, how to use LiDAR and traditional survey methods effectively. And with each new piece that's plotted on this map, I would say there was a new kind of lesson learned about the best way, the best techniques to really examine the LiDAR imagery and to go about validating what we think we see in the LiDAR imagery by survey on the ground. So when we began, and actually this began before I joined the project in 2013 through 15, these were kind of years of experimentation where the LiDAR was acquired in 2011, I believe, or 2012. And there was a lot of experimentation with visualizations. We eventually hit, or the research team eventually hit on the bone map visualization, which we have here, which we have preferred for a lot of guiding our survey. But the focus here was on what we can think of as downtown El Pilar, where we have the major groups of monuments, and kind of figuring out how to use the LiDAR, for one, to verify that these some large architectural complexes existed that we never really knew about, including and especially the Citadel over here, this very large complex that Annabelle mentioned in the previous talk, and how these two causbays might have connected. And it seems that indeed they were connected by a sunken plaza, which was never really clear it seemed that there was something there, but the LiDAR really revealed this, as well as our third ball court right down in the center. So these first years were focusing on the downtown area, learning new equipment, new materials, developing new protocols, how to integrate GPS units like so, and field maps into a GIS, how to collect vegetation data, because we collect information on trees around all of the Maya house sites that we map, and how to really kind of figuring out how to, one, gather the data, and two, how to put it together, as we'll hear about in the next talk in this session. And out of these early years, there came a couple of lessons. One, LiDAR is an excellent tool for identifying large features. These very big things, you can see them quite clearly. Two, that the digital data sets generated by both LiDAR, of course, anybody who's worked with this knows how large those point cloud data sets are, but also the information we gather in the field, these data sets are enormous. So it's very important to figure out a data management plan. And as we've seen in the years since, would have been very nice to have that worked out at first, but you can't know everything you're going to get into when you start doing these kinds of projects. So in 2016, when I joined the project, it was decided by Annabelle and the project leadership that we needed to test this LiDAR that we had now. And to do this, we focused on an area in the northeast of El Pilar here, where we could see in the digital elevation model, this is very low lying. And there were a few targets here that we could identify as possible mounds or settlement remains. But we wanted to know, is this a problem with the data? Was this something, were there some kind of compounding variables here? Or was this the truth on the ground, that there really was not much in this area? And to take a closer look at this, these were points that we identified as being of interest. You can see there's very few in here. And to do this, we did something that was a bit more of a traditional survey method. We'll get to that in just a second, but this area is Corozal Bajo. And if any of you have been in Corozal Bajo, you know how dense it can be. and how difficult it can be to find things, and that you're unlikely to find many Maya settlement remains, especially kind of primary household units, in such a place because they're not well drained and they can be seasonally inundated. And so what we did was more of a traditional survey in here, cutting baseline lines, walking across these units, and then we could buffer our tracks that our GPS units created to create kind of an estimate of the field of view that each person would have on one of these lines. And you can see that the LiDAR turned out to be pretty accurate here. We did have a couple of things in here that were features. We did have a few more discovered over here on the ground that we could not see in the LiDAR. But for the most part, this area here was devoid of settlement remains. So the LiDAR was quite good in showing us what was and what wasn't here. And so we derived a few more lessons from this, that LiDAR is very useful for identifying plazuela groups and larger residential mounds. If there are few LiDAR signatures in an area, there's a good chance there will not be much in the way of Maya settlement in those areas, but LiDAR is not a perfect prospecting tool for small, low, or irregularly shaped features, of which we had several in this area here, which showed no LiDAR signature, including a very low berm right here that was over 100 meters long that we would never have found had we not walked on the ground, and actually been aided by a small fire that crept into the reserve that year, which allowed us to see a bit more. Now, I am aware that that technology changes and advances, and that some new LiDAR may have better ground returns and things like that. But these are things to keep in mind, even if you're working with the most advanced technology, that there are still limitations and there are still issues, and we won't know them until we test them. And so this is what we saw. So the next couple of years, we spent refining our methods of survey, mapping minor centers like this very, very confusing place we call Coombe, and these, what I like to think of as neighborhood E-groups, smaller ceremonial architectural complexes, Amatal and Naranjal, and then defining our survey goals based on potential targets, topography, and vegetation, to the point where, after doing that really intensive full coverage survey in 2016, we could look at this map here with all of these settlement groups and other features there, and look at our survey notes for these areas here and say, okay, do we need to put several lines through here? Well, we look at the LiDAR, it's very low. There are no targets. We look at the survey notes. Going farther this way, it's bajo vegetation. It's very thick and dense. It seems very flat walking around here. And we can reasonably say, well, it would be more efficient to kind of move around this place and maybe not go directly through it several times. So this helped us develop our methods of efficient survey. And this is really involved with using knowledge of topography to plan the survey and to understand the landscape. This is a very dramatic arroyo that runs through the southwest section of El Pilar. Of course, we wanted to go visit it because it shows up as a fantastic feature on the LiDAR. But once we got here, we realized that there's almost no chance of finding a lot in the way of settlement remains here. It's a steep down slope to the arroyo. It's very flat on this other side. And so again, did we need to spend a lot of time crisscrossing this area to understand what would be there? And we decided, no, we did not. We put in a few representative lines, and we feel like we have a good coverage there. And so finally, we come up to the present where we are finishing the survey, putting this hard-won survey knowledge to use, mapping our final E-group, which we had seen in the LiDAR for years and which I was pining for to get to, and finally getting to go out here. But this really helped, the knowledge that we developed really helped us do very efficient survey in 2022, because a fire burned over half of the El Pilar Reserve that year in 2020. And by the time we could get back, of course, we had to take a hiatus for COVID. By the time we were able to come back, there was nothing but fire regrowth in this area, very terrible, dense, thick vegetation. And so if you didn't know how to, again, look at the LiDAR, read the vegetation, look at the topography, it would take forever to do the kind of work that we did this year. And we were able to, or that year, we were able to get 4 square kilometers surveyed even under those very adverse conditions. And this brings us up to the present, where we will complete the final 2 kilometers of survey this year. So just a bit in the way of results and new data here for you. We've now mapped 4,668 different features. These include things like structures, house mounds, platforms, terraces, berms, quarries, depressions, aguadas, and historical features as well, and special features like cheech mounds, which you can see some in here. I like this map here because it shows a little bit of almost everything. We have terraces, berms, mounds, plazas, cheech, quarries, just in this one little area. And in the course of the survey, we've recognized 3 different functional types of non-monumental settlement architecture, which we'll talk about a little bit here. One, the primary residential units, which you can see an example here. These are multi-mound units where we think families have their primary residence. Secondary residential units, these are small solitary mounds, which might have served a number of different functions, but probably were not the primary home of a family. And then a new type of settlement that we just kind of recognized after seeing enough of these things in the field, solitary range structures, which we have an example of here. And I can talk a little bit more about all of these on the next slide here. So in terms of our total settlement units, forget about landscape features and all that, just the mounds, we have 1,349. Our secondary residential units, again, we have 405. And we think that these, depending on their context, may be things like field houses, small places where farmers could go and construct and have shelter in their fields, or serving some kind of other ancillary function. We do seem to find a lot of these near quarries, so they may have been special purpose structures of one kind or another. Our solitary range structures, or SRSs, we have an example here. These are very long buildings that seem to consist of about 1 room file that were corbelled, and there is nothing else around them. So they are solitary, they are large, they are stone-built corbelled buildings. They do not appear to be houses. What we can talk about what they might be later on. We have many different ideas. They might be administrative related or something else, but they don't seem to be houses. And then we have 726, the largest number of our primary residential units, which you can see down here. And how we define these are that the definition is kind of evolving, but basically we need more than one mound with a labor investment greater than 500, which I will talk about investment later today. Or if we find a single mound on a plazuela, we can consider that a primary residential unit, or a single mound that's greater than 1 meter high with a diagonal greater than or less than or equal to 9 meters. And so this is based on the principle that Maya house compounds, or Maya house groups, however we want to think about them, consist of more than one structure. There has to be at least a kitchen and a cocina, or a place for people to sleep. When we find these large mounds that are not quite big enough to be this kind of structure and show no evidence of corbelling, we suspect there was a kitchen nearby and we're just not seeing it. So these are likely to be primary residential units as well. We have addressed some questions with these survey data already, which we may also be revisiting as these go along. We've tried to identify neighborhoods. We had a little bit less luck with this than others have at other sites through purely spatial analysis. Although I think we might be able to review this and revise it with some more data. We've also looked at measuring household inequality with the Gini index using some fancy calculations with LiDAR DEMs. Which suggests that there is a fair amount of inequality at the site of El Pilar among households. but this is something else we can review with more survey data. We've looked at the sustainability of agriculture in the milk forest garden cycle in terms of land use at El Pilar, which my colleague Justin will be talking about in a talk today. And some final reflections when we're thinking about LIDAR and survey. One thing that we've really come to realize, and I think that this is something that Bullard knew back in the day and many other surveyors, is that one thing that we get that those people didn't have, since we have LIDAR now, is a really good understanding of topography before we go out and survey. And this is immensely important for investigations at the site scale. This really helps you target surveys and understand where you are likely to find object or settlement remains and other things. This kind of goes back to my title, Everything New is Old Again. Well, these are things that surveyors knew 40, 50 years ago, but now we can really see it first. And now we can really think about it before we go do our survey. And the last kind of point I want to leave you with is that what I think our studies have shown here is that we really neglect site scale detailed studies at our own peril. And so LIDAR has a great potential to really help us begin to build kind of regional models of settlement. But if we don't look close at the site scale first and understand the variability that we see there, those models will kind of fall apart like a house of cards. So we have to know what we're looking at a detailed level. And I think that that's important. So thank you very much. Gracias a todos. Y I think that's it for me.
Necesito usar esto.
Ok, muy bien. ¿Sí se oye? Sí. Perfecto. Me llamó la atención, it called my attention about the LIDAR that you talk about sometimes it is difficult to recognize irregular shape items, and also you talk about the size. Is it because the size, or I mean, why if they are irregular they cannot be seen?
So yes, so that has to do with the size. Here, okay. So the size and the height of some of these features, if they are irregularly shaped, it makes them difficult. And this has to do with the amount of LIDAR pulses that they have penetrated, that we have ground returns from, and so on. But some of these terraces here they're not more than a meter high, but we can really see them quite well on the LIDAR, I think because they are so long. Okay. So each of these are over 100 meters. And so when we can begin, if we have long and linear and kind of regular shapes, even if they're not very high, the LIDAR that we have can pick that out. You can see bits and pieces and kind of piece it together. When you get to things like these berms and something like this, these things that are much smaller, they don't have these nice kind of long linear shapes. We had much more difficulty picking them out of the LIDAR imagery. It just didn't show up as well. And again, that has to do with how many ground points you have and the visualizations, although I think this bone map gives us the best one for these small features.
Okay. Okay, thank you. Another one. Lo digo en español primero. En la parte noreste es la parte más baja del sitio, de los 20 kilómetros cuadrados. La pregunta es, pues es la parte más baja y se encuentran unidades residenciales ahí, residential units. I mean, I see a lot of points, but they also call my attention because most of the places we have visit in the mountains are in elevated sites. So what type of constructions or settlements are in the low parts?
Settlement that goes around like so. And in some of these places, as you get closer to this lower area, what we see are more of those secondary residential units. So the single mounds that may be the field houses. But in that arc, as you move back just a bit, and you can see these signatures of arroyos coming down like so. So we know that the slope is this way, and that we're at slightly higher elevations here. You can start to find primary residential units as you move up, somewhat in elevation, even though from the view from 30,000 people, say, all of this looks the same. There are some differences in elevation here, and we do find primary residences clustered in kind of an arc around that area. So they did not want to live in the lowest parts.
Not in the lowest parts, no. I was thinking that in the Maya today, they have a sort of a cabana, and a small house, just to go to the field and work there.
Yes, correct.
But not to live there. I mean, not permanently.
No.
Yeah, okay.
That's exactly those.
Okay. Yeah, okay. Gracias, muchas gracias. Felicidades.
Each other. The thing is, which one of those is like the picture you get, and then from there you the interpretation? Which one? How is it? What do you see? What is it? What do you see in the pictures? And from there,
this is
that's what you.
the very main things. And you all things.
Okay.
Right? And what you're seeing is the slope of something that's sticking out above
Okay.
that.
Okay.
And so that helps.
And from there you start working,
From there, we start,
visiting and working on the
visiting and
picture.
mapping, a platform, a swale around other ones doesn't go up so well on the line there. We go up there, the small,
Okay.
great platform, and things like that play a large part of their behavior.
And then you start creating like symbols, like this is a berm and this is a house, and
We map these things with paper maps paper, and then when we come back, we draw them all in GIS paper mapping program, and then we can give all these different features any different symbol we want.
Okay. Okay. Thank you.
What are chinch mounds?
Cheech mounds. Okay, cheech mounds are small mounds. They might be 2 meters in a diagonal. They're almost like little blobs of rock and limestone, and they're too small to be a house. And what we can see, from our studies in Japan and elsewhere, that people use these small piles of rocks as kind of beds for growing trees. And so if you see concentrations of these, you might see them in home gardens, or you may see them in orchards, things like that. So you can interpret them maybe that way, although sometimes or kind of teach them.
What makes it you think that it's something and it's just not just a pile of rock because they are repeated in certain areas?
Well, because we don't find them everywhere. And we do find them. It's more of a comparison to other things that have been archaeologically documented, and again, we don't find them everywhere, and they do have kind of regular
pattern,
even if they're small.
Okay.
I think I wasn't trying to, but teeth are all over the pile of stones around
The tree.
trees,
Yeah.
and the tree or plant trees that you can be really big or very small.
Like to
And
protect
anything's
the
pile of
tree,
stone, huh?
like to protect the tree, or
To give it more water.
okay.
It's very dry. To this day they do. Yeah, that's why we call them cheap stuff, they fall.
Question.
Thank you.
First of all, congratulations. It is amazing not just seeing the patterns, the things in the image, and another thing is going to feel in those conditions, because one loses the perspective from seeing anything without vegetation to arrive at a region with the vegetation. And I wonder if you have this visualization is pretty good. Bone mapping. But we have in the lab, we have experimented with local relief, but in not the version of HES, just the grayscaling one, or the one with the color palette, but we use it in conjunction with the slow map. So sometimes the patterns are clearer. And my point is, sometimes we like to think outside the box, and sometimes we have many different visualizations to look for patterns that we can. I wonder if you did that also.
Yeah, so before I joined the project, Annabelle and her team at Santa Barbara they looked at several different visualizations, and a colleague, James Fagan, he's the co-presenter on the next talk, has been continuously looking at as more toolboxes become available and more visualizations using different programs seek that aren't. You can't do this one in ArcGIS, but you can do it over here in Saga or something.
Yeah.
He's continuously doing this, and he's always showing it. And last year, I said, James, just give me one thing to look at. but we've been actively looking at all of as many of these visualizations.
Yeah, one advantage, for instance, of local relief, if you can filter if you build contours, if you can filter the positive values are convex features. So you can isolate, for instance, mounts, and the negative values are depressions or concave features. So you can isolate sometimes the aguadas or something like that, and in an easy manner, not just visually. Just
respuesta de James. Él está escuchando. Dice que el Pilar does not use simple local relief as well. Or does use simple local relief. La cosa que yo quiero decir es que hay varias cosas para visualizar dónde se quiere ir o qué son los diferentes aspectos, pero para navegar en el sitio, ese bone map sirve muy bien. Y entonces estamos usándolo como se navegar, cómo se va a ir, cómo se ve en su pantalla o nosotros usamos parking. Y
that is something that we've done. I should have mentioned that we do have. We had different stages of field maps and laboratory prospecting.
Yeah,
and so yes. So James was right. He was listening in. We
He's
did
next.
that simple local relief, certainly. But thank you.
Just a quick comment which I will elaborate on later. I'll be presenting later, Cynthia Ellis-Topsy, the importance of the indigenous participation in the process. And Annabelle mentioned the usefulness of the accompaniment of the indigenous people along with the team, so that there are many of these technologies that are available. However, there are the indescribable indigenous wisdom and knowledge that is essential long before we graduated to this.
So Dr. Narciso Torres, for example, is critical. And Dr. Ford has done great for our team by sharing with us the information of the Hopi Indian leader, who the museum leader, yes, at Harvard University, counter mapping. So I just want to, maybe we'll have another presentation and sometime in the future, which balances the indigenous participation in the process and the complementarity of it, because she always brings that up as a priority. She could not have known many of the unknowns without them.
The person who is going to give the talk in Espanol cannot seem to get onto the Zoom, so her compatriot who does not have any Spanish will be giving it, and so we'll hope. I mean, he's very conversant in this, and I hope that the slides will seem. Yeah, we're going to have to do the slides and then get him on. ¿Cómo agregamos James para hablar aquí o allá? Pero él necesita hablar. James, are you here?
Sí, I am here.
Okay, I want to introduce James Bacon for Christina and James' presentation on how we are working with these data. You heard about how complicated these data can be, how to manage the data you collected in the field, how to create the maps, how to examine them in the context of the GIS, el SIG, y ellos van a explicarlo. Okay, ¿Cómo abrimos?
Oh.
Password? No. Did she actually? It didn't say. It said only if we change it. She has a password. Do you have a password? Apparently, it's not letting us get on. Why is it? He said he won't. Oh, do you know the password, James?
A password to the presentation.
Solo lectura, ya. Oh, necesitamos compartir, por favor. Sí, necesita leerlo, nada más.
I have the presentation, but it does not need a password on mine.
Well, we're going to have it here, and you want to share your screen? Or
I can see it.
We're sharing this screen, so just speak to this, okay? I'm introducing James Bacon and Cristina Gonzalez Esteban, and can you take it over, James, and tell me when to go forward?
Hello. So yeah, just calling in from Lamanai. And I think I've just seen Christina join us, so we may switch over. But yeah, welcome to Sing El Pilar, welcome to the Mayanista. So we're going to be talking about the geodatabase and all the parts and things that entail how we conceptualized what it is, as well as some stuff about cartographic mapping.
Oh,
okay.
Christina's there. Do you want to move to Cristina instead? Or it's not so confusing. ¿Cómo se agarra? Cristina, are you there? Can you just speak? Microphone. ¿Qué cosa? No.
¿Se escucha bien?
Can you? ¿Quiere empezar Cristina o no? Estamos atrasando.
Sí, puedo empezar. Puede pasar a la siguiente diapositiva, por favor.
Okay.
Pues buenos días. James y yo queremos presentar esta charla que tiene una estructura que se puede ver en pantalla. Una pequeña introducción muy ágil sobre nuestro trabajo en el Pilar, que después se llegará a contextualizar la ubicación del yacimiento. Después pasaremos al por qué y dónde nació la idea y la necesidad de crear esta base de datos relacional, y dando paso por ello a cómo lo hemos desarrollado y cómo lo estamos usando en nuestro proyecto. Para concluir, aunque este proyecto es meramente una herramienta para el desarrollo de otras investigaciones, queremos cerrar con un resumen de los beneficios y las limitaciones encontradas y unos remarques de trabajos futuros a realizar. Siguiente diapositiva, por favor. Entonces, para empezar, siguiente. Esta es una breve introducción. Este es el yacimiento en donde hemos desarrollado este proyecto de la idea de la base de datos relacional. Está ubicada, como ya sabrán en todas las charlas anteriores, entre Belice y Guatemala. Y gracias al proyecto de la Universidad de California de Santa Bárbara en el centro de Mesoamerican Research Center. Siguiente paso, por favor. Este proyecto, que es lo que nos queremos centrar en esta charla, tiene una serie de metas a alcanzar que queríamos conseguir. Mejorar el almacenamiento y la eficacia del análisis de datos, construir una estructura relacional que se pudiera usar de forma fácil, con una estructura fija y que fuera duradera, y por tanto hacer que todos estos datos sean reutilizables, que sean comprensibles y tener un buen registro de todos los metadatos que hayamos realizado a lo largo de estos años de proyecto. Siguiente, por favor. De las ciudades del mar. Este es nuestro equipo, está desarrollado por, como se puede mostrar, de la gente que está más arriba al mando, de todos los directores, codirectores, y de nosotros, de nuestro equipo y todos los demás personal que ha ido desarrollando y ayudándonos a construir esta base de datos. Siguiente. Ahora que ya sabemos el lugar y el equipo que ha desarrollado esta base de datos, queremos mencionar por qué desarrollamos este proyecto de investigación, por qué la documentación, las necesidades que fueron fruto de esta base de datos referenciada. Siguiente. En esta diapositiva se pueden ver distintas visualizaciones del centro principal del yacimiento. El proyecto cuenta con un número muy elevado de información cartográfica, en la mayoría desarrollada por James Bacon, y por tanto tenemos un gran peso en todos los datos que queremos recoger en esta base de datos. Siguiente. Uno más. Ya. Sin embargo, no solo los datos cartográficos son los que queríamos poder incluir en la base de datos, sino que también toda la mezcla de informes de prospección, registros fotográficos, de actividades, hojas de contextos y estas pequeñas fichas diarios del trabajo a día. Y al acercarse en los últimos años de recolección de datos, cuando ya estábamos finalizando la parte de prospección, tuvimos que plantearnos cómo almacenarlo y reutilizar toda esta información y este volumen tan grande de información. Y para ello, intentamos que no fuera solo un archivo o un informe perdido en una biblioteca, sino que pudiera ser investigado en un futuro. Siguiente. Por tanto, con toda esta idea en mente, decidimos llevar a cabo lo que hemos llamado la base de datos relacional e interactiva, que significaba el acceso y entendimiento a los datos del Pilar, y para ello aumentar la investigación que queríamos desarrollar. Siguiente, por favor. La teoría de qué es una base de datos referencial es bastante sencilla. Se basa en la creación de relaciones entre distintos tipos de información y que en lo que se llama en los sistemas de información geográfica las tablas de atributos. Estas relaciones entre información de las tablas pueden ser distintos tipos. Se puede crear uniones en las que un atributo sea el origen y se haga la unión con uno de destino, o incluso una original y varios de destino. Y por tanto, estas bases de datos se pueden amoldar a cada proyecto y a las necesidades que tenga cada uno de los estudios. Siguiente, por favor. Para entender estos conceptos de base relacional, una queríamos presentar el caso ejemplo que tenemos efectivamente para nosotros, que se puede ver en esta diapositiva. Para entender y bocetar cómo se establecieron las relaciones entre las tablas de atributo, creamos un lenguaje unificado de modelado en el que recoge toda esta ideología detrás de cómo estas uniones fueron posibles. Se empieza con una tabla a la que llamamos go-tos, que son los puntos de predicción de los restos arqueológicos. Estas están conectadas con otra tabla de datos, que es a nivel 1.1, que es la de go-to concordance, en donde se comparte un atributo, como he dicho, 1.1, un atributo general que es el nombre identificativo del campo del resto arqueológico, el nombre GIS. En la segunda tabla, esta a su vez se relaciona 1.1, usando exactamente el mismo atributo con la de arquitectura unificada, que es la representación gráfica de la capa vectorial de los restos encontrados. Y de allí esta, de nuevo, la capa gráfica se divide y se conecta en los elementos individuales. Por ejemplo, un montículo, una terraza, una plaza, todos ellos son atributos de los elementos individuales. En estas tablas, ya incluidas en la zona de laboratorio, en vez de utilizar el atributo de identificador de campo, lo que hicimos es utilizar el de laboratorio o el de prospección, que es el date to my date, que se atribuye cuando ya se ha encontrado el yacimiento o el pequeño resto. Pero, por ejemplo, en este momento hay que tener cuidado porque nuestro proyecto tenía que amoldarse a tener distintas variantes en el resto de laboratorio y por ello, al mismo tiempo de dividir la capa de gráfica en distintos elementos individuales, la base relacional también es capaz de unir esta nueva capa gráfica a un nivel mayor, que es la llamada asociación grupal, que se realiza a través de un nuevo identificativo llamado asociación grupal. Entonces, por tanto, se puede unir tanto a un lado o a otro. Es los grandes beneficios de las tablas relacionales. Como es bastante densa, lo que habíamos pensado para hacerlo más ágil es decir que, en definitiva, esta tabla es el inicio de cómo crear una base relacional y con las posibles entradas de información y escape. Y para poder entenderlo, hemos decidido hacerlo de forma práctica, la teoría que acabo de explicar. Empezamos con los elementos individuales, que se pueden ver, están identificados todos, que se unen con una misma categoría y se usan en los mapas, sí, creando la capa de arquitectura que acaba de aparecer. Y esa capa de arquitectura unificada se puede asociar a un nivel mayor, que es la de asociación grupal, en donde se trabaja a un nivel mayor, a unas actividades de una zona de ocio o de una zona residencial, de barrio. Siguiente, por favor. Estas diapositivas que van a ver son las que hemos conseguido realizar a través de los distintivos que hemos mencionado, los elementos individuales, por ejemplo, en la siguiente diapositiva. Una más, por favor. En la arquitectura unificada. Y en la próxima diapositiva se puede ver la asociación grupal, que explica de forma práctica todo lo que es la teoría de las bases de datos relacionales. Siguiente, por favor. Por tanto, tras haber realizado y construido y diseñado esta base de datos relacional para el yacimiento arqueológico, se puede remarcar que tenemos ciertos beneficios y limitaciones que queremos mencionar. Siguiente, por favor. Las bases de datos relacionales han permitido, uno, crear consultas entre tablas. Ya no es necesario tener una master tabla que sea enorme, sino que se puede compartimentalizar entre los usos y propósitos de la información, sin perder la posibilidad de hacer preguntas generales a todos los datos, ya que existe la posibilidad de crear estas relaciones. Asimismo, las nuevas bases ganan el enfoque visual interactivo con respecto a las bases compuestas únicamente de números y palabras, de Access o de Excel, y permiten una compresión mucho más clara, aumentan la funcionalidad y la posibilidad del reuso de todos los datos del yacimiento para obtener otros estudios compartidos en el futuro, inventando que no acaben como esos informes ya aislados en las bibliotecas, en las estanterías, sino que sea un proyecto activo. Y por último, también permiten compatibilizar y dividir los datos de yacimiento volver de nuevo a los ejercicios que ya he mencionado. Y, sin embargo, todo esto, aunque suena como idílico, la construcción de una base de datos adicional que puede resolver muchísimos problemas, también nos hemos topado con algunas limitaciones y obstáculos que hemos ido aprendiendo a lo largo del proyecto. Principalmente los obstáculos son con el uso adecuado del programa de ARPRO, con las conexiones son limitadas y que siempre tiene que haber una key o un núcleo, un atributo primario principal. Y además otros obstáculos han sido la lentitud en crear estas relaciones que se construyen en las bases. Debido a la necesidad de que haber diversas funciones con información guardada por distintas personas y lo fundamental que se utiliza el tiempo para crear ese mapa unificado que sirve para luego seguir teniendo la misma base y tener la misma estructura. Siguiente, por favor. Voy a hacer unas conclusiones finales y unos avisos de nuestro futuro. Ya hemos visto que este trabajo de bases relacionales es como una escala de distintas mejoras en las tablas de atributos y en el reuso de los datos. Los principales puntos claves han sido conseguir recoger de manera combinada, no yuxtapuesta, los diferentes tipos de información cartográfica y documental asociadas al yacimiento, compartimentalizar y jerarquizar los datos, es decir, crear una estructura duradera e interactiva y establecer las posibilidades de crear búsquedas entre las tablas e informaciones de forma ágil y eficaz. Luego conseguir tanto las tablas como la estructura general que sean fácil de entender, incrementar la información y mantener a medio y largo plazo este tipo de sistema. A partir de aquí, los 200 puntos en azul se pueden ver como unos trabajos futuros que nos gustaría llegar a completar para el mejor funcionamiento de nuestra base de datos, que son incrementar los estudios relacionales que se usarán para esta herramienta y continuar con la digitalización y creación de nuevas relaciones y tablas hasta que hayan cubierto dentro de esta estructura de UML la base de datos que complete toda la forma documental y cartográfica del yacimiento. Por tanto, más, por favor. Como última frase de nuestra presentación, queremos reafirmar que para nosotros la base de datos relacional es el siguiente paso natural de la arqueología en sí. Y uno más. Y muchas gracias por su atención y estamos disponibles para cualquier cuestión. Gracias.
Bueno. ¿Y preguntas? Sí, guapo. Exageré. Ay, ay, ay. ¿Hay preguntas? Este sistema es lo que pasamos todo el tiempo de COVID organizando. Es muy importante en las operaciones de los que queremos hacer. Ahora quiero introducir por qué. Cosa. ¿O no hay preguntas? No, ok. Yeah. Ahora que it doesn't let you aceptar. Está bien. Ya, este está un poco sí. Soil capability. Bueno. Bien.
Bueno, gracias por asistir. Bueno, ahora yo voy a hablar de algo muy interesante, los suelos. Espero que así les parezca. En el Pilar existió una gran civilización, la civilización maya. Ya Anabel lo ha explicado muy bien y lo ha documentado en diversas publicaciones. Y ella me invitó a trabajar en su proyecto porque quiere saber cuál es la capacidad de los suelos para alimentar a la población que existió en el Pilar. Bueno, empiezo con la geomorfología. Son igual que el resto de la península de Yucatán, porque esta parte todavía es parte de la península de Yucatán, está sobre una plataforma carbonatada. Tenemos un relieve que va de los 140 a los 280 metros. En esta figura lo pueden ver ustedes muy bien. Tiene lomeríos, tiene laderas, tiene partes bajas, que son estas. Y lo que es la geomorfología, el clima y el material parental forma los suelos del Pilar. La vegetación que tenemos aquí en el Pilar es clasificada como selva media subperennifolia, perennifolia. ¿Perdón? Ah, ok. Ah, ok. Así para que. Bueno. Voy a sentar. La geología del Pilar, como decía, si vemos los libros de texto de los suelos del trópico, encontramos que los suelos del trópico son altamente meteorizados. Esto quiere decir que han pasado por un proceso de lixiviación. No es el caso de los suelos del Pilar como del resto de los suelos de la península de Yucatán. Nosotros tomamos muestras de suelo y analizamos con rayos X para ver la mineralogía de los suelos y encontramos cuarzo, encontramos calcita y encontramos monmorilonita. La monmorilonita es una arcilla mineral que da forma es el origen de los suelos altamente arcillosos, llamados vertisoles. En otras palabras, estos suelos son suelos jóvenes. Aquí tenemos una catena donde podemos observar los diferentes tipos de suelo que encontramos en el Pilar. Los suelos principales son los leptosoles o leptosol calcic faucems. Tenemos faucems, que son de la misma familia. Tenemos vertic faucem, igual, y tenemos eutric vertisol. La familia principal son faucems, vertisoles, y en las partes más escarpadas tenemos leptosoles. ¿Qué quiere decir esto, verdad? Si no conocen de suelos, los leptosoles son suelos poco profundos. En la clasificación de la USDA de Estados Unidos, los leptosoles, como los faucems, son clasificados como molisoles. ¿Qué son los suelos molisoles? Pues son suelos que tienen una buena cantidad de materia orgánica. La materia orgánica es una propiedad muy deseable en los suelos. Le proporciona fertilidad a los suelos. Y así tenemos en las partes bajas, por donde van los riachuelos, tenemos suelos fluvisoles, pero es una porción muy pequeña. Entonces, los principales suelos en el Pilar, aquí lo pueden ver en este mapa, son los faucems,
leptosoles, vertisoles, que son en las partes bajas, y estos de color olivo son los verticfaucems. Pero, ¿esto qué nos dice, verdad? Podemos comenzar con los Rensic leptosoles, que son, como les decía, también clasificados como molisoles. Son suelos poco profundos, con un horizonte rico, un horizonte A rico en materia orgánica. Y aquí, en esta tabla, pongo los horizontes encontrados y también las propiedades del suelo, las características más importantes de fertilidad, por ejemplo. El carbón orgánico se puede considerar la materia orgánica que tiene el suelo. O sea, la materia orgánica se compone, 58% de la materia orgánica es carbón orgánico. Entonces es casi sinónimo, ¿verdad? Pero bueno, estos suelos son altos en materia orgánica, lo cual es una propiedad muy buena. Tienen nitrógeno también en buena proporción, fósforo, que también es uno de los elementos importantes en el crecimiento de las plantas. La capacidad de intercambio catiónico es una propiedad de los suelos que permite conservar los nutrientes en el suelo y hacerlos disponibles a las plantas. Y son cationes principalmente básicos, como el calcio, el magnesio, el potasio. Uno de los problemas que podemos tener en suelos donde hay arcillas monolinoníticas es la fijación de potasio en la arcilla. Entonces, este es un valor bajo. Y el pH pues va de 7 a 8.7, neutro alcalino. Tenemos un faucem, leptic quiere decir poco profundo. Anteriormente, todos estos suelos, tanto los leptosoles rénsicos como los faucem calcáricos, eran considerados como rencinas. En los textos antiguos se pueden encontrar como rencinas. Y otra vez son suelos molisoles en la clasificación de los suelos de la USDA. Tenemos más faucems. Ahora tiene como nombre el calcárico. Quiere decir que el pH es alto. Y igual tiene una buena proporción de materia orgánica o de carbono orgánico, pero ya en los horizontes B y C, el carbono orgánico o la materia orgánica es baja. Bajo contenido de nitrógeno, y en fósforo está en el límite de 6.5 hacia adelante, hacia arriba. Se considera que es una cantidad de fósforo positiva para el crecimiento de las plantas. Entonces tenemos 3.7, tiene bajo contenido de fósforo. Los elementos principales o macroelementos para crecimiento de las plantas son nitrógeno, fósforo y potasio. Y igual tenemos el pH alto. Tenemos los famosos verticfaucems. Bueno, vertic porque tienen ciertas propiedades que tienen los vertisoles. Eso quiere decir que son suelos arcillosos. Estos suelos con el tiempo se van a convertir en vertisoles, que son estos. Estos suelos en las partes bajas son abundantes. Acerca de fertilidad química, pues bueno, el horizonte A tiene más o menos una buena cantidad de materia orgánica, pero mientras vamos descendiendo en el perfil, los contenidos de materia orgánica son bajos. Igual tenemos bajo contenido de nitrógeno, fósforo es bajo, la capacidad de intercambio catiónica es alta, y esto es debido a las arcillas que tiene. O sea, la capacidad de intercambio catiónico en suelos arcillosos, sobre todo monoliloníticos, es alta, que es una característica positiva. Y también en suelos ricos en materia orgánica. Y como ven, el pH aquí es un poco más bajo. Y tenemos que estos son muy reducidos en el área del Pilar, los suelos pluvisoles. contenido de materia orgánica, como en casi la mayoría, en el horizonte A es alto. Tenemos más o menos buen contenido de nitrógeno. El fósforo es bastante bueno. Una buena capacidad de intercambio catiónico. Y el potasio está en el límite. Es un contenido bajo. Y el pH, que es alcalino. Bueno, ¿qué fue lo que hicimos aquí? A ver, déjame ver. No apareció. Bueno. Ya está. Aquí están los suelos, ¿no? Más o menos para que regresamos a esta diapositiva para que vean cuáles son los suelos dominantes. Y lo que hicimos, desarrollar un índice de productividad. Esto lo hacemos para ver qué tan fértiles son los suelos. Y cuando hablo de fertilidad hay que tener en cuenta la fertilidad química, la fertilidad física y la fertilidad biológica. Por lo tanto, aquí lo que incluimos fue la capacidad de intercambio catiónico, el fósforo, el nitrógeno total, la materia orgánica o el carbono orgánico, el potasio, la disponibilidad de agua, el contenido de pedregosidad y de grava y la profundidad efectiva del suelo. Aquí sí es muy importante mencionar algo. Este tipo de análisis se hace principalmente para agricultura convencional y debemos pensar que la agricultura practicada por los mayas y todavía hoy en día los mayas que practican la milpa, que la milpa es un sistema multicultivo donde incluye árboles frutales, árboles maderables y un sinfín o un gran número de cultivos, principalmente el maíz, frijol, calabaza, chile, yuca, tomate. Es muy difícil poder clasificar, hacer una clasificación de tierras para la milpa utilizando un sistema convencional, pero por lo menos con esto podemos ver cuál es la fertilidad de los suelos. Se utilizan estas curvas de suficiencia. En la literatura podemos ver la capacidad de intercambio catiónico, el nitrógeno total, la profundidad al manto freático, el contenido de fósforo. Entonces, la literatura nos dice que estos contenidos, mientras más alto sea el valor, por ejemplo, de capacidad de intercambio catiónico, mayor es el número que vamos a utilizar nosotros, nunca más arriba del 1, que vamos a utilizar en esta fórmula. Y utilizando el método de la FAO para ver lo adecuado de las unidades cartográficas, nos encontramos con esto. Tenemos altamente adecuado para la producción, moderadamente adecuado, marginalmente, actualmente no adecuado y permanentemente no adecuado. Por ejemplo, si aquí tenemos un bajo y que no se va a drenar, pues es permanentemente no adecuado para sembrar maíz, por ejemplo, pero podría ser altamente adecuado para sembrar arroz, por ejemplo, ¿no? Bueno, a partir de esta clasificación, nosotros hicimos una clasificación de toda la zona del Pilar, donde S2 es moderadamente adecuado y S3 marginalmente adecuado. Lo que quiere decir que con alguna práctica para mejorar los suelos, se puede elevar de S2 a S1 y de S3 a S2 y a S1. Y esto fue porque Este es con el convencional. Aquí consideramos el drenaje. Si ustedes ven en la fórmula esta, tanto los suelos leptosoles poco profundos y los faucems van a tener puntos menos porque son suelos que tienen piedras y grava y la profundidad efectiva de estos suelos es poca. Entonces, si estás hablando de una agricultura convencional donde vas a utilizar tractor, pues estos son propiedades negativas. Sin embargo, entrevistando a los agricultores de la milpa, ellos prefieren los suelos con algo de pedregosidad, pero que en las lluvias no se inunden. Entonces, por lo tanto, hicimos esta clasificación donde ponemos a los leptosoles y los faucems como S1, altamente fértiles o adecuados para la producción de milpa. Y S3, marginalmente, todos aquellos suelos que son altamente arcillosos, difíciles de trabajar a mano y que pueden sufrir inundaciones. ¿Qué es lo que sugerimos? Los temas que sugerimos continuar o investigar. La evaluación de tierras para un sistema que no es convencional debe ser diferente, por supuesto, ¿verdad? Debe ser más integral, debe ser considerar el policultivo. Estimar el rendimiento de los cultivos en el sistema milpa por superficie diaria y compararlo con la densidad de la población existente en la época de referencia. Una de las hipótesis más fuertes, que por cierto, Anabel no está muy de acuerdo en ella, es que el colapso de la civilización maya se debió a sequías prolongadas de 1, 2, 3, 4 años. Se están buscando proxies para identificar si existieron esas sequías. Yo les puedo decir, antes de ser investigador era agricultor, y cuando las inclemencias del tiempo es muy difícil, ¿verdad? Si estás atenido a lo que cae del cielo, o sea, a la lluvia, o siembras cuando caen las primeras lluvias y luego entra la canícula, que es el periodo de sequía, puede ser que el maíz se te muera, ¿no? Entonces, no quiero entrar en discusión con Anabel al respecto, pero lo que yo sugiero, ahora ya se están haciendo estudios del ecosistema, de ADN. Esto es muy interesante, porque también hay otros proxies, ¿verdad? De, por ejemplo, ver en el perfil, tomar la fecha con carbono 14 y ver qué tipo de especies a partir de C3 y C4, carbono 3 o carbono 4 existieron en el momento. Si hablamos de 1000 años atrás, podemos más o menos inferir si hubo sequía o no. Esta herramienta nueva nos da toda la información sobre qué especies existieron en un momento. El problema aquí es la gran cantidad de información que te dan estos análisis. Y ese es el reto, ¿verdad? Pero yo creo que por ahí va. Y bueno, eso es todo. Gracias. ¿Preguntas? Sí.
Columnas hicieron para
Perfiles.
perfiles o columnas para determinar la cartografía de tipos de suelo. Y este factor que ponen ahí de capacidad de retención de agua en la fórmula,
Sí.
¿es un índice o cómo determinan eso?
Lo puedes conseguir en el artículo. El suelo es cuando el suelo se inunda y luego lo dejas drenar libremente cuando está en capacidad de campo. El tiempo de marchitamiento permanente, si lo quieres hacer de una manera sencilla, pones un girasol y lo dejas sin agua. Primero lo alimentas, te da el girasol, le das agua. Cuando el girasol se empieza a marchitar y le pones agua, te tomas una muestra de suelo y ves qué porcentaje de humedad tiene. Vas calculando cuando el girasol ya no responde, más agua que le pongas, el punto de marchitamiento permanente. Esto se puede conseguir en el laboratorio con una muestra inalterable, cierta presión, ¿no? Entonces, la cantidad que hay entre el punto de marchitamiento permanente y la capacidad de campo es el agua disponible. Y ese es lo tuvimos así.
Y lo de las columnas.
Los perfiles, pues, por cada unidad de suelo, por lo menos 10.
Ok.
Que luego te llama la atención, ¿no? Tú ves la cartografía de INEGI y la mayoría de la cartografía de INEGI pues la hacen en escritorio, ¿verdad? Entonces nosotros estamos produciendo un mapa de suelos 1 a 10,000, que es bastante detallado, y gracias a los datos que nos proporcionó Anabel y Sherman, el líder de los análisis que han hecho.
Es la escala de un solar, vamos a decir. Entonces es muy buena para el trabajo que estamos haciendo.
Sí, bastante detallado.
Oye, Jorge, de la capa arable o la capa de materia orgánica, tú la mides ahorita y ¿cómo extrapolarían a esa época? Ajá.
Puedo decir mucho porque más bien me dedico mucho a ver cuántos gases de efecto invernadero, principalmente dióxido de carbono, emiten los suelos con el cambio en el uso del suelo. Por ejemplo, la agricultura. Entonces, la materia orgánica te la puedes echar en unos cuantos años.
Yo sé.
Estamos hablando de que el sistema MILPA, idealizar demasiado, pues era holístico. O sea, el reto, o sea, la comprobación, si sabemos qué población existió ahí, quiere decir que de alguna manera la alimentaron. Estaba yo discutiendo con Anabel.
Claro.
Le digo, bueno, más tomando en cuenta la importación y exportación de productos, hijo, pues es muy difícil, ¿no? Claro, sabemos esas leyendas, seguramente era verdad, pero para el emperador azteca, ¿no? Que venían corriendo del mar, ya para alimentar una población de miles de habitantes, se encontrar en el mercado de la esquina el pescado.
Claro.
Difícil. Claro, también considerar lo que escuchamos ayer, muy interesante en Palenque, lo de la acuacultura, ¿no? Seguramente, o sea, no mencioné en la selva que tenemos aquí, entre otros árboles, está el ramón, y el ramón atrae a un gran número de fauna, y es donde, o sea, yo he hecho trabajos en la selva lacandona, y los lacandones aprecian mucho el ramón, inclusive la milpa, porque entra ahí el venado, y lo cazan, entonces tienen proteína animal. Entonces, la cuestión es esta, ¿no? Si se alimentó tanta gente, pues todo eso, la tierra tuvo que dar el alimento. A ver,
Los estudios de ADN que nos comentas exige de mucha tecnología. ¿El Colegio de la Frontera Sur los puede realizar?
La unidad de por ejemplo, tenemos un genetista y él está haciendo estos estudios. De hecho, ya lo invité a que participe con todos en el Pilar. Le proporcioné algunos artículos, los cuales también Anabel ha criticado, porque de repente en estos artículos te dicen, aquí sembraban, aquí tenían aguacate, aquí tenían maíz, aquí tenían frijol, lo cual no lo crea Anabel, pero tú sabes, tú eres agrónomo, Tú sabes que, por supuesto, en un terreno escoges, o sea, la vocación del suelo. Aquí no se va a dar bien el maíz, mejor lo tengo aquí. Entonces ahí sí podría identificar mayor proporción de huella de ADN del maíz, ¿no? Frijol, calabaza y otras especies. Pero no, ya no es tan difícil. Lo difícil es poder identificar en tanta información.
Claro, pero bueno, siempre se ha dicho que los mayas estaban muy avanzados en cuestiones pues tecnológicas. Me imagino que tenían en la agricultura grandes conocimientos, ¿no? Como para dejarse vencer.
Es un enigma y ojalá podamos tener una respuesta, ¿no? Al final de los estudios en el Pilar.
Gracias. ¿Podría precisar un poco más qué tipo de estudio se contempla para medir el rendimiento de los cultivos, por favor?
A ver los rendimientos en sitios similares. En Campeche todavía se practica esta agricultura de milpa. Y a diferencia de los números que dio Anabel, en Campeche tenemos una buena cosecha de maíz, son 800 kilos por hectárea. Entonces te pones a pensar, ¿cómo con 800 kilos por hectárea vas a poder alimentar a la población? Claro, pero tienes 50 especies más de plantas. Calabaza aproximadamente 200 kilos, y de frijol, son los datos que tenemos de estudios en la península. Frijol, 400 kilos. Tenemos un estudiante que viene del CATIE, acaba de llegar a Campeche, a la unidad Campeche, y lo vamos a mandar precisamente a una región de Campeche donde todavía se practica esta agricultura, y él va a ir a medir las cosechas. Sí, actuales. Milpas experimentales, no. Y recuerda que también cuando es un experimento casi siempre te salen los datos así un poco disparados, ¿no? Sí.
Eso me da una curiosidad para mí. Yo he leído un artículo, yo trabajé con los lacandones, donde ellos tenían el sistema de milpa más, no sé, en 20 años regresaban a tener el terreno para poder trabajar. Tenían un sistema que 5, al último regresaban al primero, ¿no? Después de 20 años. Entonces yo pensaba que ese era el modelo más sustentable, ¿no? Cuando ustedes están haciendo ahora estas comparaciones, entonces van a comparar con otras milpas de otras áreas. Estas son como la de los lacandones, utilizan ya menos, porque la idea es que hay una tendencia hacia disminuir los cultivos, ¿no? Y aumentar algunos, ¿no? Quiero saber si lo que van a trabajar son, para mí el sistema lacandón es donde hay el mayor uso posible, ¿no? De todas las especies que hay en la selva, para un limitado número de personas. Entonces, ustedes van a hacerlo con otro tipo de milpa que dice tradicional. Allá serán menos o serán como la de los lacandones. Bueno, porque el sistema de milpa puede cambiar con toda la variabilidad que hay, ¿no?
Pueden esperar 20 años para regresar al mismo lugar, pero mientras la densidad de población aumenta, el descanso es mucho más corto. Ahora también. Sí. Sí. No. El medio en la zona llueve 3,5 metros. Sin embargo, los que tenemos se puede decir que son más fértiles químicamente hablando, tanto en el Pilar como en el sur de Campeche. Eso es decir, que claro. Sí, 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 sí. En la península, mientras vas del norte al sur, hay un gradiente de humedad, de menos a más, ¿no? Entonces ya en el Pilar, 2 metros, 2.000 milímetros, 1.500, 2.000, como en el sur de Campeche, ¿verdad? Y ya puedes ver la diferencia, ya tienes selva mediana, hasta de superifolia pata, selva perennifolia. Y esto da otras condiciones para la producción de alimentos. ¿Cómo querías?
Yo quería, bueno, adjunto con lo que preguntaba Enrico, es para usted y para Sherman, porque por las características del suelo, por la, digamos, poca profundidad del horizonte orgánico, tendría que rotarse el cultivo, por un lado. Entonces, no sé si hay algún tipo de tecnología para, por ejemplo, para retención de suelo, o en los bajos, no como lo que mostramos ayer, o como en otras partes de área maya.
Sí, bueno,
Ajá.
Y manejo
Eso.
muy
También quiero que el circuito de milpa de 20 o 200 años es asincrónico y este también ayuda, no es un descanso. Yo quiero decir que no hay descanso, es una producción y se va a ver, vamos a tener la próxima, va a explicar cómo nosotros entendimos la milpa, porque cuando se abra un área clara para los alimentos como maíz que necesita sol, no es un abandonado. Ellos empiezan a nacer los perennes para que tienen los que necesita para los animales, para la cocina, para perteneces, para construcción y necesita pensar un poco diferente. Y espero que podemos presentar la próxima para que podamos entrar en otra discusión.
No, claro,
No es descanso, es una intencional.
temperatura y retoña. Entonces, ya lo ha dicho Gómez Pompa, la selva como la vemos hoy en día, inclusive en la selva lacandona, pues es muy antrópica, porque propiciaron esas especies que le servían, ¿verdad? Hay casos muy interesantes en Calakmul, hay algunos ejidos que están manejando los acahuales, que son la selva secundaria, precisamente en ese sentido. O especies también que tienen en las raíces de parasitar.
Interesante.
A través de hongos. Todo eso, ¿no? Ese multicultivo propicia el beneficio para toda la comunidad, ¿no? De todos.
Padrísimo.
Gracias.
El sistema de milpa es asincrónico. ¿Cómo podemos usar el LiDAR para entender el uso en el Pilar? Va a ser en inglés, pero puede entender muy claro. Sigue la capacitación. Sí, eso es.
Ok, hola a todos y buenos días. Mis disculpas, mi presentación de hoy será en inglés, pero estoy practicando mi español, así que espero que el año que viene pueda volver y hacer una presentación en español. So today I'm going to be presenting myself and our team's research into modeling agricultural practices of the ancient Maya using ArcGIS and ethnographic data and applying these models to the major centers of El Pilar and Tikal. Okay, so I'm sure they need no introduction at this point, but El Pilar and Tikal are two major Maya centers located within the central lowlands of Mesoamerica. El Pilar is located approximately 50 kilometers to the east of Tikal, but both are cities nestled amongst the Maya forest, environment in which these ancient centers developed for hundreds of years and sustained a burgeoning civilization. And yet, questions remain about the potential for sustainability and sustenance of these burgeoning populations within the Maya forests and whether Maya agricultural traditions are sufficient enough to properly sustain these large communities that would have existed in these spaces. So our research focuses on answering the question of whether the land surrounding these ancient centers was capable of sustaining the population, a topic which also helps us better understand sustainable development and agricultural production in the tropics. And in looking at these questions, we use a combination of ArcGIS, LiDAR remote sensing, settlement survey data, and ethnographic data, which is provided by these wonderful indigenous citizen scientists to examine the agricultural potential of these two Maya centers. So first, I'll go into what exactly these Maya agricultural traditions look like, traditions that we've termed the Milpa forest garden cycle. So we understand the Milpa forest garden cycle as the blending of both forest and field in an approximately 20-year-long cycle, asynchronous cycle. And it begins with 4 years of a milpa, or a open field in which polycultures of annual crops are grown. Once the harvest is reaped, secondary vegetation is allowed to regrow, but it does not grow untended. Rather, the land is managed for 8 years by forest gardeners who curate the regrowth, selecting for useful perennials and considering the recommendations of the forest as plants continue to return to the open space. So for another 8 years, the land then develops back into a closed canopy forest, which remains managed and provides mature forest products. The cycle begins anew as the plot is cleared with a controlled burn, but forest gardeners remain vigilant to avoid burning any plants that would remain useful in the next cycle, as well as ensuring that the ash can fertilize the soil of the burnt space. The cycle was observed by the Spanish during their conquest of the Mesoamerican region and persists in the knowledge and activities of indigenous Maya to the modern day. And it's through the process of working with these Maya citizen scientists that we come to understand the complexity of the system and trace its heritage hundreds of years into the past. So the cycle provides an extensive range of food products, including over 90 different types of edible crops. In the succession and mature phases, a wide variety of agroforestry products are produced, such as construction material, nuts, fruits, honey, medicines, poisons, latex, and any others resources. And the Maya would enjoy more than just the fruits of their labor, as the conservation of a woodland ecology also sustains habitat for animals and biodiverse environments. And I think it was mentioned earlier, but we like to consider that this milk forest garden cycle essentially it's like a Walmart in the Maya's backyard. It's the place where they can get anything that they need from their forest environment. So how do we go about applying the features of the Milpa forest garden cycle system to a real world context at El Pilar and Tikal? So the first iteration of our model was produced at El Pilar, so I'll be using El Pilar as our backdrop for explaining our creation process. So first, a brief overview of the context of El Pilar. As of the survey of 2022, we've individually identified and ground truth 2,154 mounds at El Pilar, with the assistance, of course, of our LiDAR survey, covering an approximately 18.5 square kilometer survey area. And these mounds can come in a variety of different contexts, including some solitary mounds, some in more formal groups of structures, as well as some built on raised plazas or platforms. And these mounds make up a part of what we term residential units, which have been explained previously, but they're domestic groupings of house mounds. And I show here the map of all cultural features at El Pilar, and here are data up from 2022. So next, we'll look at the factors we accounted for in modeling a farming landscape, and using agricultural kind of classification data by Dr. Scott Fedek, who will be giving his own talk later in this symposium. We looked at topographical slope classes and determined ranges of slope within which the Maya would have preferred to cultivate upon. And we'd also consider the space that architecture takes up at the site, as well as the existence of traditional home gardens, which the Maya would have maintained around their residences. So as I mentioned, we consider the tendency of the Maya to cultivate on well-drained and low to moderate slopes, where they can best avoid the effects of wind or water erosion on the topsoil. However, we do believe that where steep slopes existed, the Maya, of course, could take steps to make such land viable for agriculture, whether that be through landscape modification like terracing, as we see at many sites, or by the natural aid of tree cover and plant roots to allow soil on steep slopes to endure erosion. So in the model, we find that at El Pilar, a value of 15% slope is an ideal upper limit for cultivation. And creating these slope ranges in ArcGIS is easy enough, as we simply create slope maps of the area using our LiDAR-derived DEMs, and simply select all land above 15% slope and isolate it as considered ineligible for cultivation. So next, we look at architecture as an integral part of the model. And at El Pilar, we've classified two different types of residential units, and they've been explained, so I won't go into too much detail, but they're primary residential units, or PRUs, and secondary residential units, or SRUs. And as a reminder, these PRUs, we consider the principal habitations of the Maya families living in this area, around which, as I mentioned earlier, they would cultivate these home gardens. And so these PRUs we determined by looking at the makeup of the structures within the unit, such as the number of mounds, the existence of a plaza, or the observed height of the structures. And as will be discussed in a presentation, I think immediately after mine, we also observe a metric of labor investment in classifying RUs. And it'll be explained, but we find that for PRUs, the value of labor investment is often quite high. And secondary RUs, these auxiliary structures that could have served any number of purposes, but were not likely to have been lived in on a daily basis, as are observed often as solitary structures without any kind of associated platform, and they often have low labor investment values. And here you see example of these residential units in ArcGIS, and here provides some examples of what these might look like in a real world setting. So these PRUs become important for our method of determining population estimates at El Pilar and at Tikal. A commonly accepted method of population calculation is assigning 5.5 persons to each individual structure. But using our residential unit classification, we instead assign 5.5 people to each primary residential unit to calculate our estimated population. So at El Pilar, we've observed 664 PRUs for a population of 3,652 people. So I show here how we treat the architecture in ArcGIS. As you can see, we draw these shapes around the architecture to denote it as land ineligible for cultivation. And in this process, we also determine which structures are classified as primary residential units for creating the home garden boundaries, which I will discuss right now. So these Maya home gardens are identified as part of their land use system, and they represent these orchards and fields which would surround primary residential lots. And these home gardens would supplement the products of what we call the outfield, which is the land beyond the home where the milpa forest garden cycle takes place on a grander scale. And we've identified these home gardens to be approximately 4,000 square meters in size on average, of course, based off our ethnographic data. So in the model, we create these 4,000 square meter average buffers around all primary residential units and classify it again as land ineligible for milpa cycle cultivation. But we don't classify it as land ineligible for any cultivation at all. Of course, it still provides a role in agricultural production, just not on the grand scale of the milpa forest garden cycle, which we're modeling at large on the site. So having created these three ineligibility factors, the land at the site considered too steep for agriculture, where the architecture is, and where the home gardens would be, we essentially combine these factors to get a map of all ineligible land for cultivation at the site, which you can see in the bottom left here. And after having done that, we simply take a map of the full site and just remove this ineligible land from the picture, meaning what's left over after the erase is all land at the site cultivable under the tenets of the milpa forest garden cycle. So I'll go into how the model ends up looking at El Pilar later on, but first I'll discuss how we expanded our research to the site of Tikal. We recreated the same model, applying all the same methodology for determining cultivable land, but now, of course, under these different circumstances. So at Tikal, we used data from the 1961 CAR and hazard map to guide our analysis and estimation of features at the site. And using data from this map, which was created using a plane table and Alidade, we identified 2,406 individual structures within a 16 square kilometer study area. So we consider the 1961 Tikal map to be valid for our analysis due to the rigorous standards under which the map was produced. Using fixed control points and the establishment of closed topographic traverses, the mapping of Tikal in 1961 was created under a high standard of precision. Not to mention the map was plotted and validated in the field with features being drawn as observed in the moment, certifying the accuracy of these illustrated features on the map. All this is essentially to say that the analog map, although not produced with the aid of remote sensing, is comparable to LiDAR and avoids the levels of variance that might be associated with standard GPS mapping techniques. And so it's because of these reasons we consider the map to be a valid source of settlement data for the purposes of our model. Okay, so with the use of an analog map, of course, then there comes the process of digitizing the map so that we can actually work with it in the program in ArcGIS. So with the help of original notes and drawings graciously provided from by Bob Carr, we were able to take the immediate 9 square kilometers of the Tikal map and expand it outwards to 16 square kilometers, validating and georeferencing map features according to the sources provided to us. So we also took the contours of the map and converted them to a DEM through which we were able to run our slope analysis. So then we simply did everything that we did at El Pilar. We created polygons around architecture, we identified primary residential units, we generated the 4,000 square meter home garden buffers, and we isolated ranges above 15% slope. So in order to properly interpret the results of the cultivable land area model, I first need to go into an explanation of how we actually determine the required food needs of the community at these sites. So I'm going to get very mathematical and technical over the next few slides, but stay with me because it all makes sense when I'm done explaining. So we evaluate food needs by using the annual crop of maize as a proxy, but I do just want to reiterate that the milpa cycle, it's a polyculture system, meaning it would have provided much more than just maize, but due to the abundance of data on maize yields for the Maya area, it's simpler to base our analysis off this one crop for now. So first off, we determine the annual maize required by a given population at these sites. We calculate this by taking the estimated amount of kilocalories required by a single person in one day and multiplying it by the site's population and multiplying it by the estimated proportion that maize would take up within a person's diet. We extend that out and multiply it by the days in a year, which gives us the yearly required kilocalories of maize for our whole population. We take this value and divide it by the estimated kilocalories of maize as a food product to give us how much maize would actually need to be produced at the site yearly in order to sustain the population. So after figuring out how much maize needs to be produced, we need to then look at estimated maize yields of the Maya and determine how much land would be needed to produce these yields. And considering that maize in our cycle, as I had mentioned, is only produced for 4 years out of the 20-year milpa cycle, we take the area of cultivable outfield land determined at these sites and divide it by 5 to find out how much land would be producing maize per cycle. So based off the ethnographic data, we determined that 30% of all land in home gardens would be producing maize, and add this value to the amount of land producing maize in the outfields to get an overall value of all land at the site producing maize in hectares. So now there's a number of different sources for the average annual yield of maize produced by Maya communities, differing based on the Maya communities observed and sampling techniques used to evaluate them. But we selected an average annual range of 1,144 kilograms of maize per hectare to 1,642 kilograms per hectare as the basis for our evaluation of maize production. So stringing all this data together, we just need to figure out whether or not the cultivable land at these sites is indeed enough to feed the population. So to do this, we take the annual kilograms of maize required by the population and divide it by these average annual maize yields produced by the Maya to find out how much land would actually be required to produce the requisite amount of maize to sustain the population. So we take the value of how much maize land is actually available at these sites and just divide it by this required land value to determine the percentage of land needs fulfilled at the site. And I know there's probably all sorts of numbers and values spinning around right now, but I'll try to put it as simply as I can. All we need to do is just figure out how much land the population needs to feed themselves and compare it to the cultivable land we have at the site and figure out whether they have more or less land than what they need. So I've been dancing around it the whole presentation, but here are the actual results of our modeling at these sites. So for the population of 3,652 people at El Pilar, we determined that a yield of 1,144 kilograms per hectare requires 11.7 square kilometers of land, and a yield of 1,642 kilograms per hectare requires 8.1 square kilometers. So lucky for us, or perhaps I should say more importantly, lucky for those living in El Pilar, there are 11.9 square kilometers of land available for cultivation, which means 100% of maize needs and more can be fulfilled at the site just within this 18.5 square kilometer study area. In fact, even at the lowest annual maize yields, there remains 0.2 square kilometers of extra land left over for cultivation or whatever other needs. So at Tikal, we find different results. So to feed the estimated population of 3,285 people at Tikal, based off our PRU calculation method, the low yield requires 10.5 square kilometers and the high yield 7.3 square kilometers. Within the 16 square kilometers at Tikal, however, there exists only 5.8 square kilometers of land for cultivation, meaning even at the highest yields of maize, only 79% of subsistence needs are met. 1.5 square kilometers more are required to sufficiently feed this population. So after seeing this deficit, we actually figured we'd try to resolve the needs by extrapolating our map out to 36 square kilometers instead of the 16. And using extrapolation, we observed that in the extra 20 square kilometers surrounding the core area, we add about 2,642 more people, which adds about 5.9 square kilometers of land needed for sustenance. But it also adds 7.5 square kilometers more of cultivable land. So for feeding the roughly 6,000 people of this greater Tikal area, we find that they need 13.2 square kilometers of land, but now have access to 13.3 square kilometers of land at high yields. So this creates a surplus of 0.1 square kilometers of land and thus sufficiently meets the needs of the greater Tikal area. So just these are the official results of our model in a nice animation to truly illustrate kind of what we're trying to accomplish here. So we determined cultivable land available for maize production at El Pilar and Tikal and calculated whether or not this land is able to sufficiently feed the population that's inhabiting these sites. So you can see that, especially at El Pilar, the land is very likely capable of sustaining a population of thousands, and importantly, doing so in a way that is conserving of resources and maintains this forest habitat. And so, yeah, to illustrate this, I've created these animations of the milpa cycle occurring over all cultivable land at the site, imaged year by year over this 20-year period to show the asynchronous nature of the milpa forest garden cycle. And you can see how the land is constantly evolving from milpa to growing perennials to mature forest and then going back. And so you can imagine the tropical cropscape that the cycle would have created across these ancient Maya communities. And so to conclude, we're constantly evolving the model, and we aim to apply different stresses upon it beyond just the production of food, such as observing how the milpa cycle provides construction material for creating these 2000s or so structures that we find at these sites, and whether the land is sufficient for producing this kind of construction material. And we also want to model things like how animal habitat is affected by the cycle. And importantly, we want to include an expansion of dietary items beyond just maize to better emulate the polyculture nature of the milpa cycle. We of course want to include more variables in the model beyond slope and architecture. And as my friend Jorge has described, we have these soil data now that we want to integrate into the model, and as well as just improve the general accessibility and adjustability of the model. And we've had the fortune of working with other archaeological projects across Belize, Guatemala, and Mexico, which have taken interest in the model and have actually reproduced the model at their sites, which has given us a wealth of feedback in how to improve the model, as well as see how it works under different contexts and circumstances all across the Maya area. So we see that the milpa cycle provides food, construction material, medicines, animal habitats, and all the things necessary for the daily life of the Maya. And in modeling this cycle in GIS and comparing it to these real-world sites, such as El Pilar and Tikal, we come to better understand traditional land use strategies, settlement and remote sensing data, and importantly, we draw upon the past to explore strategies of sustainability and conservation in the context of the tropics. Y con esto, muchas gracias por su atención. Si tienes una pregunta en inglés, puedes responderla, o si tienes una pregunta o necesitas una aclaración en español, entonces, puede ayudar. Muy bien. Gracias.
Entonces ahora Jorge puede envisionar, es muy diferente que gente está proporcionado, que puro maíz en todas partes. ¿Cómo puede hacer todo, alimentar en todos estos? Entonces, seguro hay preguntas. Nada. Está fantástico, ¿no? No, pero yo puedo.
Congratulations. Felicidades is a very good approach to get answers to the how the people was fed in those times. But no, ¿se oye? ¿No se oye? Bueno, okay. But the calculation you made with the kilocalories, you didn't take into consideration other sorts of food, right?
Yeah.
So how do you consider that? I mean, 30. Yeah. Okay.
So we take into account that it's only a certain proportion of your diet.
Yeah. That is good.
And then, of course, like I said, we want to include more than just weights in the calculation. But for now, the data that we have, there's a wealth of information about maize. We're still kind of looking at resources for other foods and items.
Yeah, good. Now, your information is going to be very useful for us. I mean, with the soils, yeah.
It's from the Maya Forest Garden.
Yeah.
It's more explained.
Yeah. It's very good work. Congratulations.
Tran, can I ask a question of you? Can you hear me?
Yeah, see.
Okay, yeah, this is Scott Fedek. Glad to finally get to meet you, at least on screen.
Yeah.
Kind of in response to the last question about other plants, one thing that is worth looking into for the home garden areas, your 4,000 square meter, that you're not building into the model at this point for obvious reasons. Juan Jimenez Orsino up in Merida has been conducting inventories of plants in Maya home gardens in the Yucatan Peninsula, and he's got some ridiculous number like 2,000 inventories now of all of the different plants being cultivated in home gardens. I've been trying to reach Juan. I don't know if he's had any, if him or his students calculate the actual kind of, food value of the home gardens. If not, it could probably work off of the botanical data he has and work up some very good range of productivity in terms of food from these home gardens. So there probably is a lot of data out there available on the kinds of plants and productivity of these home gardens that could be incorporated into the model and fill in that blank for that 4,000 square meters.
Yeah, that sounds great. Yeah, well, the only thing that's holding us back from looking at this thing is just having more information to look at. So that'll be a really good source to so yeah, please at a later point or something. I know you have my contact, so maybe try to send some information about that along would be really helpful.
Yeah. Very good presentation. I enjoyed it very much.
Thank you.
Congratulations. I wonder if in your presentation you model or you subtracted the area that need to be like cycled but I wonder if you can include in your model a situation when or areas where you don't have the need to rotate this or to rotate the field for the input because of the input of nutrients in the soil by flooding or something like that. I mean, for instance, in the Olmec area, Coandil have art that the Rio Coatzacoalcos River have some parts that do not be to be the agriculture.
Perennial field.
Yeah. So they're not going through the cycle.
Yeah, for instance.
Pero yo creo que Jorge puede dar respuesta. Este es un lugar donde necesita mover.
No, yeah, I understand that, but I wonder, for instance, because the goal is trying to compare different areas or different sites. There must be some situation in the model that could allocate this variable. Is it possible or not?
Anything's possible. Yeah, we have to do it.
Yeah. That's the thing. That's the reason that we're trying to make the model more accessible. Is because we want to try and expand it out to a greater range of contexts and different situations and things like that. So yeah. So one of the things, I mean, school. I mean, ArcGIS makes it as hard as it makes it to work with sometimes. It can. I'm sure we can kind of for those kinds of situations. It's not universally go through seven. But yeah, it would be important if we're trying to model these other areas with these different systems. So yeah, we'll
just quickly, could you define what you mean by citizen scientist?
These wonderful indigenous people and all these other collaborators that we work with in Belize and in Guatemala and even in Mexico that provide their traditional knowledge and their traditional ecological knowledge is the official term of it. But these people provide their insights and their wisdom that they've just accrued from being citizens of the land that they live in and being people of the culture that they grew up in, that work with us and provide their insight that we can communicate and include in our scientific process. You know, they know the land more than we ever could, or I ever could. So working with these citizen scientists is really important for inclusivity and representing their culture, and also just getting the best information that we can about these kinds of things that we're working with. Yeah.
Vida es llevar pruebas y éxitos y fallos desde los milenios, y ellos también. Entonces ellos son prácticos y práctica nosotros beneficia.
I just needed to highlight that
I just needed to highlight that because as a researcher, one of my teachers had asked me, what is the purpose of my research? And what is the process of doing the research? And the significance for Belize is that most of the agriculturalists or the agricultural policies are top-down. And so what we are presenting here as a model is not typical. We have a struggle in Belize for integrating this mindset into implementation of policies when it comes to agricultural, what they call food sovereignty, but what we at El Pilar call food, they call food security. We call it food sovereignty. So thank you very much.
No question that the Maya had to be food sovereign. They didn't rely on 747 or the UN decision or anything like that. They had to make it. You know, they didn't build the pyramids. No construyen los pirámides en ayuno. Okay.
Gracias.
My pleasure. Thank you.
Buenos días y gracias y lo siento otra vez en inglés. What I would like to talk about now is some things that have resulted from our survey work and how we've kind of put together a model for estimating labor investment without scratching the surface. So without doing excavation, without doing the kind of things you often have to do to try to understand building and investment. And then also how this helps us look at Maya household wealth and inequality in the past without some of the more, let's just take a kind of gives us a window into these things without having to do some of the more labor intensive of our own kind of work. So that's where we're going to start. So when you think about ancient Maya labor investment, this either explicitly or implicitly underlies many of our proposed settlement hierarchies, where often we don't talk about this anymore because everyone just kind of knows this. But we think about larger buildings or centers that required more labor and resources to construct. You can't look at the central acropolis of Naranjo and not think, wow, these guys had a lot of power over people. And it's that these control over labor focused on elite architecture. Many of the figures we'll give you have to do with creating things out of stone. But we're working to improve that and move beyond that a little bit with our current work. As we recognize, though, households also required labor and materials. Households needed to marshal these things to create their durable dwellings. And this would include things like cutting and transporting stone for the foundations and walls of houses, making plaster or scob for floors, harvesting forest products like trees for poles and thatch for roofs, for structures, and then putting all these materials together, actually building the house. And we are currently working with some great collaborators and partners in the Maya community in Belize to really look at what it takes to build the house out of these perishable materials. That's where we're going with some of our projects now. When we think about inequality among ancient Maya households, this is kind of a hot topic now in Maya studies. If we look at settlement patterns, we can see that there's variability among different households. in ancient Maya household architecture. We can see things like the number of structures that make up one of our primary residential units. It could be many, or it could be just a few. The presence or absence of plazuelas. These platforms are nice little plazas that bound some groups and require more labor to create. The size of structures and the construction techniques that went into building them. And so we have a couple of different examples of contemporary Maya primary residential units, or households, dwellings with different numbers of structures. And we can also see that in the past with these PRUs and structures that we've mapped. And what this looks like is kind of a spectrum, perhaps, of inequality at some of these larger Maya centers or cities that's more complex than a kind of simple elite commoner dichotomy. I think most people that study the Maya now would say we're well past this, although it does show up a bit implicitly in some of these assumptions that we make about inequality. So we're trying to make a little headway, some progress in moving past that idea. So how would we measure household inequality among the ancient Maya? Well, one great way we can do that is by looking at comparative artifact assemblages. But if we can look at the different materials that different households possessed to get a sense of their wealth and the differences between them. But this is difficult. You either have to go out and do a lot of excavation yourself and acquire a lot of materials, which requires money and time, or you need to go find an acceptably comparable sample from some other site or with some other group. And that can also be difficult to do. So we have some difficulties there. We can compare volumetric studies, or volumetric estimates of architecture. And we've done some of this at El Pilar, where if you need a high resolution DEM, like you would get from either digitizing the map from Tikal or using LiDAR. And not everyone has a high resolution DEM. And there are some other potential issues with these studies too, such as including volume of the surrounding area, especially if your site is on a hilltop. That can complicate things. And so perhaps that's not the perfect way to go about looking at inequality either. Then we can look at labor investment estimates, which I'll spend the rest of the time talking about here, which are based on experimentally validated data. And some very simplified measurements that you can take in the field and also do in the GIS or with your maps when you return back to the lab. So our labor investment calculations are based on work by Annabelle Ford here and Jean Arnold, published in 1980. Looking at Tikal, labor investments for households around Tikal, which was based on the experimental work of Erasmus going back to 1960. This has been subsequently refined and modified, and we're still working on refining this again by talking to our Maya partners in Belize and Guatemala and learning what it takes to build a house out of perishable materials from them. And we've been able to streamline these calculations in GIS so that they're very easy to do. And that many people, perhaps some of you in the audience included, might be able to do this or might be interested in doing it. What these basically do are estimate the person days required for certain activities. Again, we've had a focus on durable materials here, like excavating and quarrying stone, transporting these kinds of materials, manufacturing things like lime for floors and walls, and the perishable superstructures themselves. So these are the kind of things we're trying to estimate with our labor investment estimates. And how we actually do this with our field data goes something like this. So when we're wanting to estimate labor investment from architectural features, we can do very simple things in GIS, such as measuring the diagonal of a structure. This is very easy to do. If you have a field map, you transfer it to the computer. You can very quickly and easily measure these diagonals. You could even perhaps automate them. We look at the relative height of mounds, which we obtain by estimating in the field. Is this mound 1 meter tall? Is it taller than 1 meter? We record more precise estimates than that in the field, but we reduce these down to a relative height measure, whether it's tall, over a meter, or small, under a meter, for these calculations. And then the presence or absence of a plaza or a plazuela platform, which adds a significant dimension of more labor that would have been required to construct. So whether that is there or not. And so what we get out of this is the number of person days required to create these features, which we then sum for all the features in the group to get our total labor investment value. So for this group that I have illustrated here, we have 1, 2, 3, 4 mounds in a plaza. Each one of these features would have its own labor investment estimate, and then we add them all up. And then we have a total for the group. Labor investment estimates are easily reproducible. And we found by looking at these data that there's a simple way to calculate labor investment based on if you know if a structure is high or low, or just simply for plazas. If you have a measured diagonal, you can use this curve or the curve shown here to determine the labor investment. So we no longer have to go into charts and look up labor ranks or things like that. And when we sum these labor investments, again, we can calculate the total amount needed to create multi-part features. And we actually have a very nice Python script in ArcPy developed by one of our collaborators, Sophia Caliper, to do these calculations, and we would be happy to share them with you if you'd like to try to do them with your own data. So when we're examining labor investment at LPLR, we've really been concentrating and most interested in the primary residential units. These are the best proxies for household wealth in terms of architecture. These are where families lived most of the time. This is where they would have invested their most labor in improving their circumstances. And also in keeping with the theme of this Congreso, these PRUs, the households, are the kind of center points of the creation of household identities. So those, by looking at labor, we can maybe examine some of those questions in the future. Here are our mapped PRUs around LPLR as of 2022. And if we look at the frequency distribution of our labor investments, we can see we have a graph that's skewed very far to the right, with relatively few households possessing houses that required a lot of labor to build, and many more with lower numbers down here, as we would expect in a city or a society marked by inequality in household wealth. When we examine labor investment, we can begin to ask questions such as who is an elite? Who are the elites at the site? Well, we have a sense that maybe there's a royal residence at LPLR in the main downtown area, but who else living out, in the city could be considered an elite? If we look just simply at the frequency distribution of labor investment, we can see a clear tail forming here with very few residences, under 5 in every case here, with a cutoff at about 4,000 person days. So we have this kind of tail forming in our distribution. And we can think of 4,000 person days to build a house as being a demand that would pretty clearly exceed the ability of one family to marshal that much labor. And it would have required something like participation on the community scale or on perhaps a neighborhood scale to build some of these houses. And what I have pictured here is the house site Sunun, which has appeared in a couple other presentations today. But there's a large kind of audiencia structure here, vaulted 3 room files initially, all built out of stone, an eastern shrine here, and then some smaller dormitories and kitchens and other buildings around. This was a massive outlay of labor that would have been needed to build this structure. More than, again, we can assume that the family that lived here could do themselves. Something else we've been looking at in terms of labor investment, and this is kind of a question that's been around, and this is actually the reason why the first labor investment study that Annabelle Ford did with Jean Arnold was done, was to examine the question of concentric zoning of elites around Maya monumental cores and cities. This comes from This idea comes out of the writings of Diego de Landa, where he's talking about the elites living closer to the center of town. And as you move farther and farther away, you get to the poorer and poorer classes. Annabelle and Jean Arnold looked at this at first at Tikal, and we've begun to examine it at El Pilar as we get more labor investment data. And the preliminary analyses that we've done of this suggests that there is, if any correlation, it is very weak between the distance to the center and the labor invested here. Now, if you look closely here, you can see we had to do a log transformation on the labor investment data because we click back here. This is very not normally distributed. So we had to do a little work with the data there. But nonetheless, what we're looking at here is no clear correlation between distance and labor investment. You can see it's all over the place. If we look again at some, these are just kind of some preliminary analyses we're beginning here. But if we look at the distribution of the 9 highest labor investment households in terms of labor investment, where we're looking at around 6,000 person days or more. You know, we do have a cutoff here, but this is likely just a product of the way we bin the data. But there is a cutoff here at 6,000, so that's a lot of labor. And what we see across the map is a general association with monumental architectural groups of these. We do have some outliers here, and we have to redo a map up here by Coombe, where there is a large residence, but that we have to do some more with that data. But there's this general association of these higher labor investment households with monumental architecture, public architectural groups. What this is, what this represents is not clear, but these could be the homes of non-royal elites that are directly associated with the functioning, maybe the construction and the maintenance of these public architectural groups. And just to zoom in on a few of these to show you what they look like, our minor center of Choro in the east, it's this large center here with a very large household group right next to it. In Amatal, we have 2 groups of monumental buildings here with at least 3 of these highest labor investment groups associated with them. And in Nananhal, a small E group kind of in the center of the area, we have this very large, again, residence right next to it. We've begun looking at things like the relationship of potential elite households to water resources. Because there is this idea that control over water may have been an important source of power, political power in the Maya area, especially as we get into the late Classic. And so to look at this, our initial study, we looked at the 21 highest PRUs with an LI above 4,000. So this group of the tail that I showed you earlier. And here they are in their spatial distribution across the map. And we measured some distances of these households to aguadas and depressions that we think could hold water, which we verified on the ground, to see if these were any closer to those aguadas than any other households in the site. And it seems that they are not. Just by doing a quick calculations here that one of our collaborators in Oropangai has helped us with. We see that there really isn't any clearer spatial association among these high status households with water resources. So that's something we'll be thinking about in the future. And speaking of the future, where we will go with this and the labors we will do with our labor investment data. If we think about those large, potentially non-royal elite sites that are associated with the ceremonial public architectural groups, what accounts for the locations of those groups? We did some nearest neighbor statistics on them earlier. They're not clustered. If you look at the map, you can tell that, but they also don't seem to be random. They appear to be more dispersed across the landscape. So is that something to do with you need to have people here to control X, Y, and Z in the population? Or is it something to do with the management of agroforestry resources, which we just heard a bit about in Justin's talk and with Jorge's soils data? So these are some questions that we can begin to ask with the data that we have at hand. what factors underlie the placements of the other elite groups in that sample that we've identified. And how do differences in labor investment potentially map onto neighborhoods located across the city? I mentioned in my talk before that we had some difficulties defining neighborhoods on a purely spatial basis, but I think we have some ways to look at these in different ways now. And how do these different labor ranks appear to associate with different potential neighborhoods? And then finally, we see considerable variation. I've spent all this time talking about these groups down here, but we can see considerable variation here in the household groups with labor investments under 4,000 days. And so we can begin to explore that variability and start to ask questions like, well, was the line that we think existed between potentially lesser elites or non-royal elites and farmers as bright and as dividing as we think, or was that something that was more fluid? And is that something that we can see in terms of labor investment? And then what kinds of different strategies, maybe agricultural, economic, political, or however we want to think of this, might have led to these apparent disparities in wealth among households during the classic period. So these are all things that labor, these very simple to acquire and easy to understand, I think, and easy to then begin manipulating and analyzing labor investment data allow us to ask these questions. And so, gracias también.
¿Pregunta?
Claro. Vamos muy. ¿Y tú no? ¿Nada?
Gracias.
¿Puede alguien, quién ayúdanos?
It's the master.
Yeah, but I can at least turn it off and get the right one. Estoy aprendiendo.
Gracias a Dios.
For us, who make it possible for us to be here, and especially for my husband, Harriet Topsy, who was the head of archaeology for Belize, who came to this Congress in 1995, and he died in October of the same year. Thank you. So I want to remember those who have come before us, because it is through them that we are here, and it is because of them and their shoulders that we stand on, that I see myself as a voice for what seems sometimes to be the voiceless. I was never aware of LPR or Dr. Annabelle Ford. I want to remember the many times that I traveled around Belize with my husband. And also I want to honor the fact that I became aware of our last child here in Mexico City. I attended a conference with him in Palenque. So it's a very powerful moment for me to be in this Congress. I want to thank Dr. Annabelle Ford, who says that she knew me or I knew her, but I wasn't aware because she was at our wedding. So after my husband died, I wanted to know what he did and traveled all over Belize with him, but I had no idea the depth of what he was doing. And it has come to me powerfully while I have been at this Congress. I want to congratulate all of you, because the work that you do is important and it's powerful. I want to congratulate the El Pilar team. So I went to search of someone who could tell me what my husband was doing. And I remember the name Annabelle Ford in our home. And I remember the name El Pilar. So I went to the archaeology symposium looking for Annabelle Ford a couple of years ago. And I went to her not knowing that she was who she was. I asked her, do you know how I can or where I can find Dr. Annabelle Ford? And she thought it was a trick question. And she said, well, I hope so, you know. And the rest is history. Because when I became aware of El Pilar, I followed her from then to this day. So my focus is community. What is community? And I appreciate the theme of this conference because community identity changes from space to space. Being a part of the El Pilar team is community. When we visited the sites, please lend me the names. We went to the museum. The names are so beautiful. Yes. And the museum. Thank you. And I needed Dr. Sherman to hold my hand to walk up those pyramids and down those pyramids. That is community. So my purpose, briefly sharing, because I know you need lunch, and I won't be nourishing you like that, is to acclaim and to celebrate the people who came before, the people who are still here. We are still here. I, as a Garifuna woman, works closely with the Maya because my ancestors worked with the Maya. I was delivered by a Maya midwife. And in Belize, the Maya and the Garifuna work closely because the Catholic Church saw it useful for the Garifuna to open schools in all Maya communities. So I want to acknowledge that special relationship that we have had and invite us to do research along that line that integrates the people themselves in the process, that looks at the impact of your work on the present and the future, exploring solution past, led by Dr. Annabelle Ford and her team, does that. So I want to begin to celebrate one of our collaborators who, when asked if the Maya had disappeared, or he responded to the Maya disappearing, said the
Maya farmer Alfonso Sewell explains that even the Maya today don't know the answer.
Well, one of the things that I realized is that when we were going to school, they used to tell us that the Mayas used to live in this country and then they disappeared. Nobody know what happened to them. So we were not able to connect ourselves with the present civilizations that are visible with the various ancient monuments that are left in Belize. So one day I met a fellow from the US, I think, and he was looking at the ancient monuments in my farm. And he said, "Wow, what a wonderful work." He said, "I wonder where those Mayas went to." I said, "They didn't go anywhere." "What do you mean?" "No, they didn't go anywhere." "Where they are?" So I told him, "You are talking to one of them." We were not taught about the history of our people. It was in my adult age that I managed to read all these things about the Mayas, and I'm able to connect them with myself.
So Dr. Annabelle, myself, and the team have been walking and working on a model to boldly transform the mindset, to shift the paradigm, to tell the narrative differently, that we as citizen scientists can be integrated in the process of this model of celebration. Yes, please take pictures. Because, Justin, please take pictures.
Maya farmer.
Because it is important to change the narrative for those of us who don't have the knowledge of navigating these systems, these structures, this academia. Thanks to Dr. Ford and her team, I'm able to be here. For the first time, I have been able to participate in a Congress like this. I would never have been able to do so if one of you in this academic culture would not have invited me to be a part and to be present, because we are learning how to navigate academia and systems now. But that does not mean that we do not have something to offer. There are the heroes of the Maya forest, many of whom have passed. So in the beginning of this sharing, we were honoring and remembering them as well. Their ways of being, their ways of knowing, their ways of articulation, like Dr. Narciso Torres. Beatrice has gone. She was a midwife. She had a lot to offer. And with her went a lot of knowledge and practice. So the challenge of this time for all of us is to consider the present, the past, the present, for the future. We, through the El Pilar initiative, are developing a model that integrates a succession strategy. Interestingly, in one of our collaborations, we do take people on tours, you know, and I took the head of the British Army, the deputy, and he asked me the question, which really sank into me. What is your succession strategy? Powerful. So our succession strategy has been to engage with a model for schools. We have 4 pillars of El Pilar. One is the archaeological site itself, and most important, a school program where we have developed curriculum, all that data, all that information that you are sharing that is so rich. We use that and we develop materials with teachers, with students, and in collaboration with the Ministry of Education, we have developed a curriculum. And every year we would, before COVID, we would go to the school and we would do a reenactment of the wealth of El Pilar and the Maya Forest Garden. We have acquired 10 acres of land in the school, and our motto is no child left indoors The world is a classroom. And what was powerful for me yesterday when I couldn't walk all those steps, okay? Dr. Sherman and Justin left me quietly, and lo and behold, when you have the right spirit and the right heart, what you need comes to you. I want to work with children and young people. I'm a mother of 5 children and 17 grandchildren and counting. And I do what I do for them. Anyway, I was sitting there, and lo and behold, there are about 40 children and a teacher. And they invited me to be a part of the teaching right within the site. So awesome, so powerful, so beautiful. The children had never heard about Belize. They have never met a Belizean. They never heard about El Pilar. So I was teaching about El Pilar right then and there at the site. And they wanted to take pictures. They were so excited. So the school and the children is a powerful means of our challenge for the future, to change the narrative, to tell the story differently, to know that there are people within our communities who have the knowledge, who have the practice to address many of the issues. Some of our collaborators in our education outreach, we are actively giving presentations to schools, to colleges, to universities, the Rotary Club, the libraries, and different guests. I have been to the United Nations Permanent Forum for Indigenous People last year and this year, supported by the University of Belize. And I was called a cultural ambassador for Belize in doing that. I was there this year, and I don't go anywhere by myself. That's why Dr. Ford and I work so well, because she has her team. Whenever she goes to a symposium in Belize, she would have all of us present, even if we are not going to speak. She makes us all stand up and be affirmed and be acclaimed. We also support community-led initiatives, such as we work with the Chiquibul Rainforest Initiative. We work with Felicita Cantun, and we're going to invite you right now to the reenactment of the Maya Ball Game, which is going to be held in December of this year. I first came here last year after attending the Permanent Forum for Indigenous People. We brought some young people from Belize to some of the sites here in Mexico, and we did a reenactment. It was so awesome. It was so powerful. It was so beautiful. And then we integrate music and dance and culture, all cultures. And what is powerful is that even though the focus is on Maya, when she has initiated Fiesta El Pilar, we have had the Garifuna, we've had the Maya. We have transcended the blockages, the boundaries of hate, of greed, of dishonesty. I was once on the forum for discussions about Belize and Guatemala. And in the heat of the political discussions, this lady had the audacity to have children, young people from Guatemala come to El Pilar and to celebrate, not being bothered with none of the political conversations that were taking place. And every time I sat on that committee, I presented El Pilar as a confidence-building opportunity. And now they're talking to us. So we also have many other government interactions, and that is why my question to our culture people was in terms of the methodology of celebrating and affirming different ways of knowing of the indigenous people to be integrated into the policies of our country. That's why that question, shifting from food sovereignty to food security to food sovereignty. I'm so into sovereignty, right? That, imagine in Belize, my friends, relatives, family, because you are my family. I've been here for a couple of days, so we're family. We import so much raiment. This is what our ambassador told us. We import 9 million dollars, not pesos, you know, dollars of ramen noodles, a country that is rich in soil. So that is a challenge we have. We have special events where we go to the community. El Pilar doesn't, the project doesn't, the initiative don't just stay in one place. We move through collaborators, through libraries, through university, through anyone who is interested to shift this way of being and thinking that we are not poor. Our national anthem in Belize says, nature has blessed us with wealth untold. So through the El Pilar initiative, we tell it. We are thankful for the Mexican ambassador who supported us in an exhibition at the Mexican Institute, Chaya, Dining with the Maya. It was powerful. And here you can see our citizen scientists, Dr. Narciso Torres, giving active demonstrations. We invite schools, we invite community leaders to come to our exhibits. And they were so impressed. This is our Department of Archaeology team and others. They were so impressed that they asked if we could do, I'm so excited. They asked if we could do a follow-up exhibit with the museum, the Belize Museum. So that is what we are working on now. And also, imagine this, we were able to sign a memorandum of understanding with our museum, with the National Institute of Culture in Belize. And imagine, this was in the height of COVID. This young lady and I, we had conversations with many people who were saying, well, because of COVID. And we said, thanks to COVID, we can widen our world because now we are in a virtual world. So why can't we have a virtual exhibit? So that's what we are working on in sharing the knowledge. When we have exhibits, we actually have the plants with us. We actually have the chaya, and nobody leaves our activities without a chaya plant. And we teach them how to plant the chaya as well. And we check on them later to see how they have done it. The Mexican embassy support is phenomenal. And we are looking forward to further developments. Imagine, I was here, I came to Chetumal to meet some young people who want to learn about indigenous culture, particularly Garifuna culture. I taught them songs in Garifuna, and they were able to do a presentation in Cozumel just before I came to Mexico City. So I'm willing to share that if you're interested later. So here we have interaction. Imagine, we have, I like the word imagine, because imagine a world, a different world, right? Imagine there's no heaven. It's easy if you try. Singing, we include that. Imagine when I was in Cozumel, but by the ferry, the gentleman was singing a song in English, Stand By Me. I'm like, what's this Maya man singing Stand By Me? But anyway, it's integration of cultures. We were introduced to an awesome group of Maya living in the United States. Imagine that. They were interested in the Milpa cycle, Pishanishing. And they came to Belize, they sent a delegation to Belize to explore how they can learn from us, how they can work with us, and invited a team of us to the United States, Omaha, Nebraska, to see how we could explore indigenous people collaboration. It was powerful. Felicita Canton, myself, Dr. Narciso Torres, we went and we interacted with farmers from different parts of the Omaha community. And that is the message we want to, we walk the talk, right? Two women walking from different cultural perspectives, but speaking the same universal language for humanity. So here we always include children, and the gentleman sitting beside me is the first Belizean archaeologist, anthropologist the one who was in charge of archaeological sites in Belize, Dr. Joseph Palacio. He mentored my husband and many others. So one of the power of our work is the intentionality of coaching, of mentorship, a 20-year, 40-year strategy for children and for young people. That's what my husband did. Many, many hours, he would tell me how he was going to develop archaeology in Belize. And I have seen it come to pass. The hours he spent, which I didn't understand. Don't tell anybody this, but he had me hold the jade head when he couldn't return it to the safe place. And he put the necklace around my neck. He took a picture and he said, Belizean greatest treasure. So we are all treasures. And when I met Dr. Ford, we fight, we quarrel, we laugh, we cry. It is all very powerful. We are modeling the way the world is to be. And her vision is my vision, that the children will find a place like El Pilar as a place of peace, a place of tranquility, because the trees don't fight, the trees don't quarrel, the plants don't quarrel. They recommend themselves, as one of our citizen scientists taught us. So we have a mosaic of beauty in this journey of El Pilar, which embraces resources in two parts of the world, Guatemala, Belize. We come together. We have gone to El Pilar in Guatemala, hosted by government officials, embraced and loved. And we are proud to say that our citizen scientist, Dr. Narciso Torres, was recognized by the University of California, Santa Barbara. And I feel that I was recognized, we're all recognized. When he received the award, he told us that this award is for all of his community, for all the indigenous people, for all people of the world, that through our example, we can show through El Pilar a model, a university without walls, along with the university with walls that complement each other. We can address issues of climate change. We can address issues of food sovereignty. We can address issues of sustainable development. When I go to the United Nations, I was surprised when they asked me to speak on behalf of the indigenous people of the Caribbean and Central America. And what I'm saying to you is what I shared to them. We have the answers already. We have the wealth untold. Give us an opportunity to be recognized within your systems, within your structures. We have different ways of knowing. We have different ways of mapping. We have different ways of knowing when it's going to rain, when it's not going to rain, where the avocado is growing, right? We have different ways. So, two women walking and engaging in the nature of the Maya forest. I, Garifuna woman, Maya woman, delivered by a Maya midwife, surrender myself in collaboration with this queen archaeologist. She said, I am an archaeologist. I don't know why she said that, but anyway, I guess I absorbed a lot. I told Dr. Sherman that when my husband was doing his doctorate at Tulane University, I was allowed to sit in class with him. I sat in all the classes that my husband attended. And my advisor for my degree, I have letters behind my name too, but I don't put them first. My advisors were Dr. Judith Maxwell for my thesis, and I think it was Edmondson Monroe. Those are well-known archaeologists and anthropologists. And she always invited me to speak in her classes, even though I was not whatever titled, but they already had that visioning. So I want to close by inviting you. She knows I always do this, right? To one love. Okay, to close. One love. One love. Let's get together and feel all right. In Garifuna, you say, he said him no. He said him no means I love you. Okay, so thank you so much. He said him no. Okay.
Questions?
Certainly not.
Yo tengo una pregunta.
Everybody wishes to get one of our books. It will be to contribute to the work that we're doing with schools in Belize at the school garden.
Question here. La voy a formular en español y les pido de favor si me pueden ayudar a traducirla. ¿Qué principios en la cultura garífuna has podido identificar que son importantes para esta educación intercultural?
Oh, wow. Very good question. It's hard to answer because it comes from a spiritual, cosmological dimension. There are many things that we as Garifuna people do, and Maya people do too, that cannot be put in a formula or in a package or a, however, one of the things is that United Nations declaring the Garifuna as masterpiece culture for humanity in 2001 indicates that the Garifuna are recognized as a people who bring people together. We don't have any, I didn't know that I was Garifuna walking at El Pilar until one day a film company came to interview Dr. Narciso and myself. And they wanted to separate me from him. They wanted to put him as Maya and me Garifuna. But it couldn't work because we are so complementary and integrated, We get along with people from all over the world, any culture. That's why the Catholic Church saw it as an opportunity for us to be missionaries in all the Maya communities in Belize. That's an advantage for us to educate. Well, but education for the Garifuna is not just in a building. It's a rites of passage outside of the building. And that's the power of the El Pilar initiative, because we see education outside of the buildings and the structures. And this young woman gets a lot of flack by her colleagues for breaking the mold by being innovative. How dare she bring an indigenous person side by side with her in her presentations? It's very challenging. We have had to press through a lot, but we did it. We spoke to the Chancellor of the University of California, Santa Barbara, and he said, no problem. A man who has never finished high school is recognized for the first time at the University of California, Santa Barbara. That's powerful. Dr. Narciso Torres, yes.
It's called the Chancellor's Medal.
Yes.
Medal, UCSB or UC does not give, no se da honorarium. Es la única manera de tener un reconocimiento, Chancellor's Medal.
But it happened because we opened our mouth, because we asked, because we presence ourselves. That's why I wear my Garifuna outfit, because this presence is who I am. The white, the Garifuna colors for peace, for reconciliation, for harmony of all people. Black is for Africa. I am from African origin. And the yellow is the indigenous blood that runs through my veins. By the way, 1% comes from Mexico, I'm told. Yes, I got my ancestry done. 1%, that's good enough. I just need 1 drop. So we are family here. we are family. Thank you.
Other questions? Okay, we now will have to go to the overview and invite Scott. Scott's turn. I don't think that.
Annabelle.
No, you then keep it dark. To know who you are. So Scott Fedek and Scott was an undergraduate at UCSB, and I brought him down to Tikal on the Tikal Yasha project, where I cut which is now, if you go to Tikal, you'll see the Brecha Navella, but he was on that with me. And he came down to work with me for his dissertation work at in Belize. Subsequently has been all over the Maya forest, but we're getting him back. So here he is.
¿Tiene una presentación o?
Sí.
¿Pero de PowerPoint?
No, no, es un
charla.
Sí.
No, I'm just going to yak. Are we ready?
Yep, go.
Okay, I'm just calling this overview reflections on.
See your nose, so I don't know. Maybe
I can only see my nose.
There's better. Well, that's better. Thank you.
Okay. All right.
Yeah, we can now see. Nope, get up. Just be comfortable. This.
All right.
Go. Perfect. Yeah.
So I'm calling my overview reflections in LPLR 1983 to 2023. Yeah, Annabelle invited me to give this kind of overview of the research at LPLR. I think for the reasons she mentioned, I started working with Annabelle in the field in 1983 with the beginning of her work in Belize. So I was there at the beginning. I was around for a few years. I've been gone for quite a while. I was back in the field with her for a short season in 2015. So I'm kind of the ghostly voice of the past coming back to haunt her about some of the early work. But I think I can provide an interesting perspective on a lot of the methods that Annabelle initiated with the work date back to the as early as the 1977, and they have come so far with advances in technology over the last 40 years. It either makes me feel very old, or it makes me appreciate how fast technology has changed and grown over that span of time. So rather than summarizing the papers that you've just heard, I want to provide a brief kind of history of research presented here, the origins of which I was involved with beginning in 1977 and spanning the earliest work at LPLR and the larger study area of the Belize Valley. I actually got my start in Maya archaeology because of opportunities provided by Annabelle. As an undergraduate at University of California, Santa Barbara in 1977, I worked under Annabelle's direction on that Tikal map analysis project, doing measurements on a huge paper version of the Tikal map for an analysis of settlement distribution. Imagine, every one of those little drawn structures on the map. We sat there with little rulers and did measurements of the diagonals of all the mounds and wrote it down on coding sheets. And that's how that got started. And yet now, this kind of data can be generated from the GIS. The mapping can be done with LiDAR. It's so different than it was back there. Annabelle and Jeannie Arnold worked up methods for calculating the labor investment figures for residential architecture based on that map data taken by just hand measurements. And their first application of their innovative methods was to really quantitatively evaluate that concentric zone model for the site layout at Tikal. Annabelle and colleagues have continued refining that labor investment calculation, as we heard from Sherman today, doing more research with the Tikal map and applying the method to the Pilar mapping project. With Sherman Horn, the recent innovations include incorporating GIS into the analysis, as we saw in their presentation. In 1978, after my experience with Annabelle on the Tikal map analysis project, I spent my last quarter as an undergraduate at UCSB with Annabelle down in Guatemala, like she just mentioned, on her dissertation project, mapping settlement along a 30-kilometer baseline between Tikal and Ixab. Yes, I have lots of stories. Near the end of the season, we took a trip over to Belize. The political situation in Guatemala was getting a bit rough, to say the least, and I think Annabelle foresaw that maybe a new study area might be called for. Annabelle thought that the Belize Valley might be a good area to switch if necessary. Annabelle started the Belize Valley Archaeological Settlement Survey, or BRASS, in 1983, and I was invited to join the project and served as the first field director. This is a role I continued in 1984, and then in 1987, and 1991, and 92. After a long gap, I returned to Belize in 2015 and worked with her and the team up at El Pilar, assisting with mapping, verifying the LiDAR coverage, and conducting a pilot study on refining the soil maps using LiDAR-derived topographic data. So that was my brief return to the project. With the initiation of the BRASS project in 1983, field research focused on 3 survey transects that Annabelle selected on the north side of the Belize River. She situated transects to pass through ancient centers of varying size and across the range of environmental zones. Aligned with Annabelle's research plan, I was interested in the relationship between ancient agriculture, soils, and the distribution of ancient Maya settlement. I undertook this work under Annabelle's guidance as my dissertation project at Arizona State University. Starting with that first season, I initiated a study of the soils along the transects, digging a number of soil profile pits to supplement the archaeological survey. Yeah, I've looked in my journal the other day. On May 23rd, 1983, I stopped by the Central Farm offices across from Spanish Lookout to see if they had any information on soils in the region. It turned out that a British project had conducted a very thorough agricultural development study for the entire Belize Valley, producing soil maps at 1 to 50,000 scale. Let me take a little aside and talk about the importance of scale when it comes to this kind of soil mapping. At the time, pretty much all of the maps that were available for Belize, Mexico, Guatemala, the soil maps were 1 to 250,000 scale. That was the finest they were. At 1 to 250,000 scale, the smallest mapped land unit is about 252 hectares, which is a pretty big area. So if they can't distinguish anything smaller than 252 hectares, what they do is, of course, there's no uniformity in that, really. It's whatever is the most dominant or most common soil type in that 252 hectares gets assigned to the whole area. Now, this is a very different scale than would be used by farmers on the ground to evaluate land and decide where to farm and everything. So these British soil maps that were produced at 1 to 50,000 scale would provide a minimum resolution for soil areas at 10.1 hectares. Not ideal, but much, much better. These represented the most detailed soil maps for anywhere in the Maya lowlands at the time. It took a while to finally obtain copies of the British reports and maps. Meanwhile, Annabelle had been told about a large center known as Pilar Camp in the rolling mountainous terrain about 10 kilometers north of the river. Toward the end of the first season, after we had established the first 2 survey transects, Annabelle and I drove up the terrible old logging road to Pilar Camp and visited the site. We were impressed with the size of the site and the beauty of the natural setting. Most of the site rested beneath a tall forest canopy that Annabelle later turned into a valued asset, rejecting the usual practice of clearing sites of nearly all vegetation. So archaeology under the canopy became a theme for the site and the project, something that makes the site of El Pilar really stand out among Maya sites. So many of them, when you go to visit ancient Maya sites, have had so much vegetation cleared. It's like stepping into a sunlit oven. Pilar is a very, very pleasant place to visit, and you still get a kind of a sense of adventure and discovery when you go to the site. So it's very different than most other Maya archaeological sites. When we first visited the site in '83, we were also shocked at the amount of looting that had been taking place over a wide number of years up there. It was very disheartening to see. But in subsequent years, Annabelle was able to make use of these many trenches to reconstruct much of the construction history of the site. So she took something that was bad and turned it into something very useful. So the third survey transect for the initial survey was established in 1984, and it terminated at the site that became known as El Pilar, ran from the river up to El Pilar. When we finally obtained the British soil maps, I was experiencing a bit of anxiety, thinking that we should have had them to help guide the placement of the survey transects, since we were interested in looking at the distribution of ancient settlement across the landscape, both in topography, but also soil types. When we finally obtained the soil maps, I nervously plotted the transects onto the soil maps. And guess what? It turned out that Annabelle had placed them in a way that crossed all but one soil type mapped by the British study on the north side of the river. It couldn't have been a better placement on these things, as it turns out. We were both greatly relieved. As part of my dissertation work, I refined the 1 to 50,000 scale soil maps within the transects down to 1 to 20,000 scale. This will provide a resolution down to about 1.6 hectare resolution, which is about the size of a typical milpa field. So we were getting it down to the perspective of Maya farmers, at least for the location of milpa fields. The land capability analysis I conducted as part of my dissertation found clear patterns of preference for settlement location in land resources with the fewest limitations to cultivation. Annabelle has built on this analysis to calculate potential maize production for the entire Upper Belize Valley while modeling population densities across the same region. More recently, Annabelle and colleagues applied this approach to the Tikal map data, which we saw today, to estimate maize production and population levels for Tikal. Earlier this year, there was a Society for American Archaeology meetings that Tran, I think, was the principal organizer with Sherman, called Provisioning Ancient Maya Cities. And they applied this maize production model, got a whole bunch of other projects working in Mexico, Guatemala, and elsewhere in Belize to all work with their data for comparative studies. It was really an incredible feat, not just in producing the numbers, but getting so many different projects to cooperate and do basically the same kind of analysis on a whole bunch of different areas in the Maya lowlands. It was actually quite an accomplishment. Now, the soil crews for the El Pilar mapping project, as we heard earlier, have now completed mapping soils at the scale of 1 to 10,000. Now, this has a capable of resolution down to 0.4 hectares, about the size of the average Maya home garden. So this is getting down to the scale that the Maya would really be looking at the land. Where do I put my house? It's going to be in the midst of a home garden. So I want to put my house and home garden in the best possible place for that kind of cultivation. I want to have access to good soils for doing milpa. So we can now look at the landscape at pretty much the same scale that Maya farmers would look at it. And this is an incredible accomplishment. And I don't know that we have 1 to 10,000 scale maps for anywhere else in the Maya lowlands, or maybe just a few very small areas. This is quite an accomplishment. I'm very impressed with their work and look forward to collaborating with Annabelle and the Soils crew and Maya master gardeners, including Narciso Torres, to work out a suitability analysis that will match a wide variety of traditional Maya crops to the various soils represented in the study area. In other words, take what they did with maize that you saw today and try to evaluate the different soil types for a wider variety of crops that we know the Maya use. And a lot of different crops and trees and chaya and avocado and things like that have very different needs in terms of the types of soils that they can grow in. So that'll be an interesting take on it. Today's presentations focusing on the site of El Pilar represents the evolution, and culmination of 40 years of dedicated research by Annabelle and her colleagues. As Cynthia's presentation highlights, the academic research by Annabelle and her colleagues also contributes significantly to the cultural, social, and economic well-being of Belize and its citizens. Annabelle has always gone out of her way to present her findings to the public, including school children, to engage people through education outreach, to interest school children in Maya history and the value of traditional ecological knowledge, and to promote conservation of the Maya forest while promoting recognition of that forest as a product of Maya management over thousands of years. Finally, I wanted to make another mention should be made of Annabelle's instrumental role in establishing the El Pilar Archaeological Reserve for flora and fauna that straddles the Belize-Guatemala border. This was established, I believe it was 1998, and is recognized as the first archaeological peace park in the world. This was a feat that everyone but Annabelle said was impossible. For all her qualities, Annabelle stands out as a very persistent person. So that's my quick overview from a perspective of a person that was there at the beginning. I'm incredibly impressed by the work of all of the colleagues that are working with Annabelle in adding new technologies, new approaches, new formulas to really advancing our knowledge of ancient Maya settlement, agriculture, land use, and society, and for the contributions that all of you have made, again, to contribute to the people of Belize. So hopefully it leaves a little time. Annabelle, if we want to add in any more on the history of the project or your experiences with getting it going or anything like that.
Yes, tenacity. Just another word. No, I think you gave a beautiful coverage. I don't know if I could cover it like that. I don't think I just, it is amazing to think that we started so wide, you know, from Tikal Yasha and all the surveys, and now can look so detailed. I feel very privileged to have all of you with me. I will just say that.
Yeah, well, just thinking of the mapping, you know, we were out there with Brunton pocket transits and tape measures and stadia rods and pacing and everything else. Very, very slow. And then this LiDAR stuff came along. I was a participant in a group called Maya I Hope a number of years back. And we were at some meetings, and the Chases presented the first presentation to a group of archaeologists of the LiDAR mapping of the site of Caracol in Belize. That LiDAR map took 2 days of flights to produce the LiDAR coverage, and then, you know, obviously some processing, but they covered, I think it was 200 square kilometers with that LiDAR. And so Arlen and Diane, you know, flashed the LiDAR map of the site up and the 200 square kilometers. And there were about a dozen of us in the room, and you could hear 12 jaws hitting the table. Just, you know, oh my God, you know, we all of us had spent decades doing, you know, machete-based survey to get little teeny transects or little blocks of areas. And here, 200 square kilometers mapped in great detail with 2 days of air flights. But as Annabelle has demonstrated and argued over the years since getting LiDAR, it's not the magic bullet. You still have to go out and ground truth this stuff, particularly for the smaller structures and features. And I think Annabelle has very, very ably demonstrated this, and now she can kind of present her findings to the world. And archaeologists, I hope, will realize that there's still jobs for archaeologists in the field going out and ground truthing this stuff. So that's a huge contribution that Annabelle has made. Again, her tenacity comes through with this. I remember hearing her fuss about some of the early LiDAR stuff. Well, you still have to check it. You still have to check it. Well, Annabelle has now checked it. So now we can actually say something based on actual information on what LiDAR can tell us, what LiDAR can't tell us. And that's a huge contribution.
Yeah, it's still a problem, though. People really still see it as a magic wand. And it really is phenomenal for the topography and the geography. And I think that's the major thing. Because if you, I mean, people aren't going to live in the lake or something, so it'll help.
Well, and just how much that the LiDAR stuff can help refine mapping things like soils.
Yeah.
It would be very, very difficult to produce these very fine scale maps without having that fine scale topography that really determines a lot of soil formation. But now
actually,
we have
that's how you start. That's how you selected. That's how Jorge's team selected the places that we had to go and check, was based on the topography.
Right, the topographic settings, yeah. Well, fantastic bunch of papers.
Okay, we have some questions, so want to get...
I assume this is for everybody.
Yes, for you, probably.
Uh-oh.
I also wanted to add, in terms of Annabelle's capacity to appreciate family, she always made sure that her family enjoyed her work or tried to understand the work. And I really want to present her awesome, incredible husband. I don't know how he do it. He has been like, I mean, he has been so humble, but ever present in her work. And I don't want to leave him out of this conversation, because beside a good woman is a good man, no? The other thing, she's been an awesome role model for my children and grandchildren. I have a granddaughter who is apprentice first gardener. Her name is Sophia Topsy. And she has Dr. Ford as her role model. She asked if she could get a cap just like Dr. Annabelle Ford for when she goes to El Pilar. So we had to get her one.
Cynthia, Annabelle's husband, Mike Glassow, was my first real archaeology professor that I had at University of California, Santa Barbara. And Mike was somebody else that was very, very influential on the development of my thinking in archaeology. And he's just a great guy. And I've known him for 47 years now.
So I'm being very aggressive here, but on the behalf of the people of Belize, we recognize the work of Dr. Annabelle Ford and her team tremendously. And the mayor of the city, the town, has agreed that we will give her the keys to our town. So hope you will be available to be for when that happens, because we love her very much and we appreciate, we don't take the work lightly.
I think you should put her on a Belize postage stamp. Cynthia, back when I was working there in the early 80s, Annabelle came down from the post office one day with a letter, and she said, "Look at this. It just says Annabelle Ford, San Ignacio, Belize." And I got it. So yeah, she was a widely known member of the community soon after she started work down there.
Bueno, yo me voy a unir a los buenos comentarios que todos hemos estado diciendo sobre Annabelle esta mañana, y quisiera comenzar diciendo que felicitar a Annabelle por organizar esta excelente mesa y a todos los ponentes, porque todos sus trabajos son bastante complementarios, y quisiera felicitar también a Annabelle porque en la academia hablamos mucho de la interdisciplina, pero esa interdisciplina se queda a nivel de la academia. Y aquí estamos viendo también que están integrados estos jardineros forestales que tienen un conocimiento profundo del paisaje de generaciones pues milenarias, podríamos decirlo así, ¿no? Entonces, el incorporar el conocimiento tradicional o el conocimiento de estos jardineros forestales a estos modelos que estamos viendo en el LiDAR, en el GIS, pues son prueba de que podemos dialogar no nada más desde la academia, sino también tomar en cuenta todos estos conocimientos, y lo cual me lleva a lo siguiente, ¿no? Annabelle publicó junto con Ronald Nye este libro sobre la jardinería forestal maya en 2015, y han pasado 7, 8 años y apenas estamos empezando a ver que se están tomando en cuenta esta postura, ¿no? Y pues a mí me llama mucho la atención que yo comparto esta visión con Annabelle de que los mayas no desaparecieron o no abandonaron sus ciudades porque dejó de llover. Los mayas se adaptaron a todos estos ambientes, y son otras cuestiones, creo, que las que orillaron a los mayas a abandonar a sus ciudades. Entonces, me sigue sorprendiendo que sigamos siendo un poco tercos en este sentido de que los mayas abandonaron sus ciudades porque dejó de llover, ¿no? Entonces, tenemos que, esa tenacidad que hablábamos, tenemos que seguir empujando y seguir colaborando para mostrar que hay otra visión del aprovechamiento antiguo y que sigue en la actualidad. Y pues nada, simplemente felicitarlos por tan excelente mesa. Gracias.
Hicimos hicimos recorridos en diferentes cosas, restaurante de coche, entonces como dije de Silvia, era la oportunidad que no yo no sé si nos hicimos en antes, si no era por medio de COVID.
Sí, pues fue la oportunidad y salió, sí. Muchas gracias.
Gracias a todos. Espero que, como dice Carlos, podemos perseverar en colaborar e intercambiar en el futuro.